Hello there, everyone. My name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Lawn Boy Club. That right over there. Wait, who are you?
Me?
Yeah, you. Yeah, what are you? How'd you get in here?
Well, you let me in here, honestly. It's very, very comfortable in here. I actually like these seats.
Oh, thank you. I found them in my neighbor's yard. They're very, very nice. I don't know why they would just leave these.
You know, it's always surprising what people will just leave out in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly.
Oh, hey,
it's spring cleaning. Dirty Devi Gaming? Hello.
Yep.
Welcome on in.
Buddy Devi.
Devi,
Anyways, for those who...
Yeah,
sorry,
go.
Sorry, you speak.
I was going to say thank you, Devi, for following. You're a member of the Lawn Boy Club for life. What are you? Who are you, and how did you get into my house?
Well, I am Nathan Ragland, but you can better call me as host of the Postmodern Art Podcast, the podcast dedicated to giving artists who are wilding the world over the platform they deserve.
Incredible. Oh, yeah, that's right. But really, that's not really the biggest question I have. The biggest question I have is this.
How you doing?
Yes. I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
What?
It's one of those. I've been awake since like 4 o'clock this morning, but it's been worth it. So
he looks like a rich aristocrat parrot.
I am not a bird. I am a Muppet. There is a difference.
I mean, Muppets can be birds, and birds can be Muppets.
Look, Muppets can be birds, but not all birds are Muppets.
I mean, like, again, I either got these chairs in my neighbor's yard, or I found them on like the last page of Craigslist. It's very hard to remember. Everything happens really quick these days. You know, that's very true, especially in the month of April. They're pretty much the same thing. But chat, we're here tonight for something very special. I'm very excited to have my friend Posty on the show again, because he gets to bear witness to Smackdown vs. Raw 2011's Universe Mode. Last time we did this, that was a few days ago, we made it to the Extreme Rules pay-per-view. Jack Swagger absolutely made sure that we were in the worst possible timeline. He squashed The Undertaker after running in on him before the match and then doing a Swagger bomb. It was...
That's like time.
Yes.
I'm sorry. What?
You heard me, brother. I told you we're in the worst possible timeline. He squashed him with like 3 moves, and it was over. Batista needed to work extra hard to get the belt off of Cena, but at least they had a match. So, but
I need to take a lap. I need to take a lap.
This right here is what we're fighting against, everybody.
Okay.
We're fighting against the reign of Swagger.
Hello, Mario.
What timeline did I portal into? The one where Jack Swagger squashes The Undertaker in like 15 seconds.
The worst one possible.
Literally, it was like 15 seconds and then the match was over. It was so funny because Michael Cole was sitting there being like, and this will be an Extreme Rules match. Anything can happen in this matchup. And then within like 15 seconds, the match was over. It was only like a Swagger bomb and then it was done. So I guess in one sense he was right. Anything can happen. But
I mean, just because he's right doesn't mean that he has to be right. That's not what we all anticipated.
Well, he didn't say anything extreme would happen. I would say that Jack Swagger squashing The Undertaker is pretty fucking extreme. An extreme violation of my sense of ethics.
That's an extreme violation of just society.
Like, literally, all I could say to that is this.
What?
What?
We found a soundboard, dude. We found a soundboard of him.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
It was, I think, actually, no. We didn't really find it. It was the same one that, like, New Legacy used. You could call it questionable ethics? Dude, homunculus, even when you're on vacation, you're fucking into it.
Look, all I'm just saying is if this was the proper timeline and I saw Jack Swagger, this is probably my response.
He's got a gun!
Dude, literally, like, you're sitting here all like this.
He almost had to quit.
You have to quit wrestling.
I said that man's name was
Jack
was bad.
I said that man's name was
Jack Swagger.
To look that man right in the eye, face to face.
That's that's gonna be the Undertaker at the Bash, I bet.
Oh my goodness. We have, if that's the case, we have to get revenge for Taker, because there's no way he could take this literally lying down.
No, he can't. Not after 15 seconds. But that only tells one part of the story of the tangled web that we have weaved in only 2 in-game months. Okay. Would you like me to take you through it, Post?
Please do. I would love the elaborate oral history of GirafaStev's Smackdown vs. Raw 2011 Universe Mode. Okay.
I do want to give a disclaimer just for everyone that's new here, because I know that Posty, I guess, posted this in his own spaces. This is all part of my shared wrestling universe that I like to call the Giraverse, which is basically the culmination of like all of the season modes and story modes and wrestling games that I played on stream with custom characters. And also, actual wrestlers. Everything that happens in the games, I consider to be canon to the Giraverse, unless otherwise noted. So, that includes the Universe mode in SVR 2011. Everything that I'm about to show you is 100% canon, and we just need to live with it. Okay?
Fair enough.
So
just like modern WWE, you're gonna sit there, you're gonna like it, whether you think it should happen or not, and we're just gonna roll with it.
And you're gonna buy $500 worth of tickets, or ticket, singular.
Yeah, because fuck the families.
I mean, if you could take that and convert it into subs, I would also like that. Who said that?
Honestly, hey, there's a. Well, I guess that's a tough crowd tonight, huh?
Sheesh. Tough room. Wow. I got mine for 800. 800? Bro. Listen. And also another thing, before we get into this, because I know it's going to come up. I know what the Fed's doing. Fuck the Fed. Watch better wrestling. Yep. So. Anyways.
Hello, Mario.
Here we go. Hi, Dan. Whoa, okay, hold on. We got commercials already? Well, that's a little weird. That should not be happening. Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second here, Chad. I need to fucking do something. Also, I need to mute the audio here, otherwise it's gonna get super claimed in the YouTube VOD.
Fuck the Fed.
Fuck the Fed, brother. You can't leave it hanging like that. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry to leave Toontown hanging like that. I don't want to do it, but I gotta. You know I had to do it to him. Just a second here. Because I don't know why it's doing this now. Oh, I know why it's doing it. It's because I added an extra 0 to my fucking, thing here. Sorry, to my millisecond
it's
timer here.
It's almost time for a 3-minute chocolate chip cookie break, my dudes.
Are you over there eating chocolate chip cookies right now, Homunculus? As well as the Forbidden Cheetos cookie?
I forgot about that.
Which is honestly incredibly good.
Hello, Mario.
Never had a chance to try it.
I got it specially made from Santa Monica, and they were really good. I was like floored by how good they were. So, yeah. Anyways, we need to run one ad break before we get started here, chat.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Raw rolls on after this, or rather, Superstars rolls on after this, I should say.
Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
I remember this commercial.
I hate this ad very much. Watch this.
I said I remember it. I didn't say I remember it fondly.
I hate you. Get out of my house. I hate you, you fucking asshole.
What, you don't like the Yeti?
Dude, that's not my Yeti. Whoa.
I sincerely hope that the kids that were in this have since gone on to react to this stuff.
I would love that. I mean, like, at this point, it's probably like 15 or so years, I would say.
Like, there has to be like a video out there of like, hey, I used to be a kid that acted in infomercials. Here's me reacting to the infomercials I was in, as well as other ones that, like, I had friends that worked on XYZ.
Did you like the super slushy or whatever the fuck it is?
Yeah, what was that? Orange juice and milk? Like, what psychopath?
Did you fuck with the squeezy freezy, dude?
So let's be real for a second. There was alcohol in those drinks, right? Like, there's no way you did that stuff sober.
dude, I mean, honestly, if you are an adult and you bought this,
I am having pizza, and it's delicious.
That's awesome.
Nice.
You should get one of the squeezy freezes. You should get one of the squeezy freezies. But like, genuinely, if you're like an adult and you get this might be fun to have, like, slushy alcohol stuff. Infomercial hell, I didn't even notice that.
Hell.
It would probably be fun to like get this and make, like, you know, alcohol slushies with it.
Oh no, obviously.
You know, but at that point, I feel like you can just use a blender and get the same result. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. My favorite one of these is obviously the fucking Zoo books. But that's only because, like, I watched that and I'm like, I could see, like, some, like, actual value out of this. Right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it has, like, educational value and not just novelty value. So...
Well, like, you could tell which ones were like, okay, there's something genuine behind this compared to, oh, this is just a straight up scam.
Exactly. Like ShamWow.
ShamWow, you say wow every time.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dude.
I'll say, wow, I can't believe I spent my money on this. Anyway. Anyways. I've written down notes for you. Alright?
Okay.
These are the characters that we're following at the moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are following Jack Swagger, while at the same time preying on his downfall.
Obviously.
We have, hold on, let me see. We have, Batista, who recently won the WWE Championship off of John Cena.
Right.
Chavo Guerrero, the current ECW champion.
Ooh, Chavo!
Ooh. He recently won the ECW Championship off of CM Punk. And he will unify the belt with whatever championship he goes after next. And we have MVP, who won the WWE Championship at WrestleMania and lost it at Backlash to John Cena. Although, honestly, he's not really been much of a winner. Ow. He's not really been much of a winner ever since winning the belt. In fact, I think he's only won a single match in this entire universe mode, and that is a first blood match at Extreme Rules against his former partner Mark Henry. So really, he's currently the underdog. Chavo, meanwhile, has been on an absolute tear. Not only has he beaten MVP twice in a single night when he was WWE champion, but he's also got... Does Dirty Debbie enjoy Chavo? But no, along with those two wins, he's been getting a lot more wins here and there, which has allowed him to climb up the ranks to #1 contender for the US title. And, shockingly, #4 in the WWE Championship race. That's higher than Rey Mysterio, Shawn Michaels, Triple H, and most notably of all, Ted DiBiase Jr.
Look, all I'm just saying is at this point, like anytime we can get Junior up in a match, like championship or whatnot, like that's a money match. It's money he's gonna steal, but it's a money match.
You're so right, though. Why would you say so controversially? It's so true. Right. But yeah, that is the current standing. Jack Swagger, as we saw, as I told you all already, pinned The Undertaker in 15 seconds at Extreme Rules, making him probably the most dominant champion in the entire Fed right now. And right now, we're just kind of on a mission to get this strap off of him. I don't want to just move it off of him because that would be cheating.
Of course, of course. We gotta do this the right way. We gotta make sure that people know what's going down. Exactly.
We need to freaking do this organically. So there you go. But yeah. Let's see what else is there. Oh yeah, I wrote more things down. Give me just a second. Oh. Batista is running roughshod on all of Raw at the moment. He interfered in a match between MVP and Zack Ryder. He hit MVP, the former WWE champion, with a Batista bomb on the outside, and he was gonna hit one on Zack Ryder, but Zack Ryder reversed it, and then Batista ran away.
So what I'm smelling is that at Backlash,
the current WWE vs TKO storyline is a watered-down generic MVP brand copy of the Authority angle.
I'm sorry, what post?
What I'm smelling here, based on what you're saying or whatnot, is we need to have, at the minimum, a triple threat match at the Bash of Batista going up against MVP and Zack Ryder for the championship. Am I hearing that right?
I mean, you're hearing that right, but I don't know if the game's hearing you right, because I cannot book title matches when they are titles in the rankings. However, I can book title matches for titles that are not in the rankings. Case in point, Yoshitatsu, the current hardcore champion, who at every given opportunity I have him defend this belt.
Good.
if he's on the show, then he defends the title. Even if it's in a tag team match, he must be the one to get the pin, or he loses the belt. So
that's great.
Let's see, what else do we have here? Because a lot has happened. Created characters are also a part of this universe.
Wonderful.
The Control-R, famously the one that beat the Undertaker streak at Mania 26, is also on this show.
The legend himself.
And famous wrestling non-enjoyer, the Sexayate Jr., is on this show as well.
Try saying that 5 times fast.
Not only that, but he's also in a tag team with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Because yeah,
go on.
Because the Sexayate was going to be in a tag team match, in a match against the new team of Zach Henry and Mark Henry. And he needed a partner. And he found a partner in Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. And right now they are Fire and Freeze. And when you look...
I'm not gonna lie, with a name like that, I was expecting Kane.
I mean, I could name them Fire and Ice. Because, well, Yete, Ice, and Dragon, Fire. So...
Well, it's the fire part. The Fire and Freeze, that's a good name. It's just I saw Fire and Freeze, I thought, oh, so you paired him up with Kane. Oh no, Ricky Steamboat. That even better somehow.
I mean, unless he's like one of those like ice dragons, you know?
Right.
But I don't think he's one of those. So
I think Fire and Freeze is good.
Good. Still watching, but gonna be quiet for a bit. Batista afraid of Zack Ryder? Evidently, man. I mean, I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. You know, he friggin' ran away from Zack Ryder after he reversed the Batista bomb. So,
I'm just saying, on one of these cards, we need to find a way to book a one-on-one match, because that
nothing
seems to be
more
the
hot
right
than
way
the
to
sound
go.
of my bars.
Yeah, we need to fucking do that, brother. But again, that kind of requires the game to book it. However, that really only goes for like title matches and stuff.
Okay.
I do reserve the right to like mess around slightly with certain matches if I think I can come up with something a little, rather if I can come up with something to spice them up a bit. So,
interesting.
So yeah. What else am I forgetting here? Oh yeah. Like I said, Chavo's ECW champ. He will merge the belt in whatever title match he has next, whether it's the United States Championship or somehow the WWE Championship.
I'm excited for either or. I will be honest with you.
I'm honestly fucking stoked for it too, brother. Also, I've not said hello to people personally. Hello there, Tom. Hello there, Dan. Hello there, Idea Maker. Hello there. Once again, I'm Dirty Devi Gaming. Hopefully everyone is having a good night tonight. I'm so glad that you could all be here with us for what is sure to be an excellent night of action. We're going to be going all the way up through the Bash, which is at the end of June. And we're going to be watching the show in its entirety. But as we've done up until this point, we're going to be watching at least one match on average per show. We might skip around a little bit, depending on how interesting things are. Mm-hmm. But I want to see what this match is all about here. This fucking tag team match. Because
I mean, we've got to.
Because in like all of the times that this card is randomized, because what Primo defeated Edge?
Yeah,
and what was
that first?
And what was a David and Goliath victory? I'm sorry, I completely just blanked on that. And wow.
Yeah.
Suddenly the rankings are very interesting now. Primo shot up to 7th in the United States title race. So it's shaping up to be a really interesting thing here going on with this. Oh, and also Sheamus is Intercontinental Champion in 2010. So, yeah. But no, I want to see what this match is all about, because in all the times that this card has changed on me as I've been like tweaking things, a match between R-Truth and a random partner against the Hart Dynasty has stayed a constant on here. Which, I mean, well, what the fuck? Hold on. That was weird. Sorry about that.
I mean, if nothing else, we need to start the MVP like comeback journey, and what better way than a random tag team match with R-Truth?
Exactly. I mean, like fucking anything at this point would be, would be preferable. But like, we just need something here for him, because he has really been stinking it up lately. Basically, ever since WrestleMania, he's been on something of a losing streak. So,
which is a travesty.
It is, yes. But I also gave him his, rather something resembling his modern gear here, the yellow and the yellow and black, because his default gear is red. It's like a bright red, and I don't like it very much. So
understandable.
So yeah, here we go. I think this is like one of the first times we've seen R-Truth in like the 2 months we've been simming this in in-game time. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of this. Hold on. I turned down the music a little bit, but something I find kind of fun about this game is that they give like R-Truth's lyrics in this like a mic reverb effect to make it sound like he's singing into the mic. It's very fun.
I mean, it's a nice little touch of detail more than anything else.
It is, yeah. But yeah, I want to see what the fuck the Hart Dynasty do here, because they've been acting kind of heelish recently.
Ooh.
Yeah, because they ran in on Truth and Morrison during their tag title match with the Straight Edge Society. And they attacked the faces and not the heels. Even though the game still considers them heels, I don't really know why that is. Rather considers them faces, I should say. I don't really know why that is. That seems like a heel turn to me. But okay.
I mean, let's just call them tweeners. Let's use the modern lingo.
You know what? That's very true. We don't need non-binary. Wow. We don't need binary shit here. We don't need binary shit here. The WWE in 2010 is all about the non-binary shit, all right?
The WWE giraffe is all about non-binary stuff.
Absolutely, brother. All right. What nefarious things will they do this time, if anything? Oh, nothing. Okay.
Canada at a combined weight of 449 pounds, Tyson Kidd and David Hart Smith, the Hart Dynasty.
Have a terrible remix of Bret Hart's theme. That's what they'll do this time.
Yep.
Dude, listen. But nothing could beat R-Truth's entrance. So really they were set up to fail here. Also, has anyone ever figured out what, like, that little hairpiece on Tyson Kidd is? It's like halfway frosted tips, half bangs. I don't understand it.
I don't know if you saw this, but he actually did an interview with Chris Van Vliet not too long ago about that kind of stuff. He said literally the only reason why he did it is because it got him heat. that's the only reason. Like, he knew that, like, that got people's attention. So it's like, I'm doing this.
You know what? That's very fucking fair, honestly. Now, the unfortunate thing about Yuke's tag team matches is that they can go on for a little bit now.
Yep.
So
classic WWE.
Exactly. So we'll see. So we'll see just how long this goes. But good tag symmetry here, real fast.
Almost like poetry in motion, but they're not the Hardys.
No, they're over there in TNA at this point in time.
That is true.
Hold on, let me see here.
Remember, we still have that blockbuster main event tonight.
That's right. It's going to be a triple threat main event. Just think, Michael, you can lose the match without being pinned or submitted.
He wanted a full buzz cut, but the battery in his shaver died. I mean, I can relate. I'm a bald man, so I have like one of those trimmers that like goes around the circumference of my head.
That's fair.
And the battery on it is pretty bad. Oh, hey. What? Okay.
Tag tactics.
And this right here is why you're not champion anymore, MVP. Your slow reaction time. I need you to lock the fuck in here, dude.
Yeah, come on.
Both of these teams have been very game so far.
But no, Post, how have you been? It's been a little bit since we fucking since we really did anything together. So
yeah, I was gonna say last time, you know, we did something. There was this what was it? Someone decided to have their retirement party in WWE in the Fed.
Yeah, and they were retired by Santino, notably.
Of course, as it should. As it should.
The famous star of 13 rounds extra innings, of course.
John Cena.
Superstar John Cena.
David Hart Smith.
Nah, I've just been exhausted when it comes to work. They've been working me and the rest of us like dogs, freaking 10-hour days for the past like 3 weeks or so.
10-hour days?
Yeah.
Are you like getting 40 hours or is it like 5 10-hour days? Okay.
It's 5 10-hour days.
5 10-hour days?
Yep.
Dude.
Yeah.
I hope you're getting overtime for that. Wow.
Oh no. Oh, obviously I'm getting overtime. But the issue is not me getting overtime. It's my supervisors, like the supervisors and whatnot, because something that they changed at the beginning of the year where I work at is they stopped giving them overtime for some reason.
Oh. Okay.
It's so weird. I don't know. I just don't know. But aside from that, just been, working, but also keeping up with the podcast, doing some interesting stuff, bringing some interesting people on. In fact, there is a certain award show that is coming up. I don't know if you heard about the Posties.
You know what? I don't think I've heard about that. I don't think you've ever messaged me about that in any capacity ever.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. But for those who don't know, it's just basically a way for me to honor some of the previous guests that have been on the podcast, and also having a lot of fun with trying to get as many of them involved, and them as well as some friends and such. Just doing some interesting things to get everyone involved.
I was about to say, when are you having that? Actually,
it should be coming out sometime in mid-May. I don't have an exact date yet. I'm aiming for either the 10th or the 17th. I still got some stuff I need to record, some stuff that I need from other people, but it should be coming out soon.
Nice.
Oh, Tyson Kidd caught that. The team is working their game plan to perfection.
What are some of the awards on there, if I may ask?
Oh, no, I mean, just some simple, standard ones. We got the, favorite animator, favorite VTuber. That is one of the options that was available.
Awesome.
Favorite musician. The newest award that we introduced is the Pride of the Podcast. Basically, the best LGBTQ plus representation that's been on the podcast.
It's like the Pride of Pro Wrestling, Anthony Bones.
Yeah, basically.
Amazingly gifted maneuver.
Rip. Rest in peace to his ambitions. But either way.
But yeah, it's like there's those as well as freaking the biggest awards of the night being the thumbnail and the episode of the past year. The episode of the year, the thumbnail of the year. So.
Oh, MVP! Oh. No way! Holy shit!
We got the win! He's got the win!
Dude, the streak has been broken and it's thanks to R-Truth. Holy shit. They clinched that shit.
This is the journey. This is Rocky climbing up those steps right there. This is how it begins.
Dude, seriously, is this a new tag team right here? R-Truth and MVP.
Is this the
honestly, that's a killer tag team.
That is a real killer tag team. Like, you want to talk about athleticism alone between those two? I mean, dear God.
I know, they would be like one of the most exciting teams right now.
Mm-hmm.
They clinched it, brother. Also, anyway, sorry. What were you talking about? It was something about the posties.
Oh yeah, no, it's just one of those. Wow, words. No, it's one of those. Should be coming out soon. The votes have been in for a while or whatnot, but tons of fun awards, tons of fun little bits I'm gonna be having throughout it as well to keep the people entertained more than anything else, because I am an entertainer in this case.
Of course.
Hosted by myself and my co-showrunner Tipsy J Hartz.
Nice.
Oh, R-Truth. What's that? I saw R-Truth.
It said R-Truth and Tyson Kidd's relationship has gotten even worse.
What were they doing behind closed doors?
Listen.
Hi, the homunculus. I'm announcing that I am retiring. Putting my boots in the ring and would appreciate a thank you homunculus chant in the chat.
Ain't quitting yet.
What the fuck are you talking about? This right here's the first time I'm hearing this. You fucking get back in here right now. All right? Last
time we checked, you still had a lot of time left on your contract. You're gonna honor this thing, especially with how much we're paying you.
Holy fucking shit!
You're not my president.
The Rock? What are you doing here?
Holy shit! Wow. Wait, tag team still. That's a crazy fucking tag team steel cage, but really, I think we want to watch this one, right?
Yeah, why is The Rock, what is The Rock doing on SmackDown?
I think this is like the first time we've seen The Rock in this entire fucking thing, actually. I mean, like, I drafted The Rock to SmackDown at the beginning of this, and this is the first time we're seeing him.
Well, it's about time you showed up to work. Jesus.
Yeah, I was about to say, brother, you're over there filming the goddamn Tooth Fairy, and I need to sit here and wait for you.
Yeah, you're filming the Scorpion King, once again for some reason, and then we needed you like 5 years ago.
You're filming the Scorpion King, number 6, Lord of Ligma, and I'm sitting here waiting for you to get in here and work your freaking show. Get in here and work your dates, brother.
Anyways, what do we pay you for?
You guys get paid? Okay, yeah. We're fucking watching this right here.
We're watching this. There was no way we were not gonna watch this.
Watch this.
I can't even sit in my chair. You expect me to work the dates under these conditions?
Yes.
Yes. Dude, I pay you in Cheetos just like you asked. I pay you a lot of shit under the table, brother, and I expect you to make good on that.
You specifically asked for a lifetime supply of Cheetos. Last time I checked, there's still a lifetime to go.
Exactly. I refill that lifetime supply at your discretion, too. So... It's about time this motherfucker shows up to work. The only time that he's done it is on, like, maybe one time on Superstars, but even then I might be misremembering. So...
He was on Superstars in a tag team match with R-Truth.
Exactly. Also, big shouts out to this being the Attitude Era theme, but the Titantron being Hollywood Rock.
Gotta love it. Finally, The Rock has come to work.
The Rock has come. That's it. That's the sentence.
Kane.
Oh my God! Come! Dolph Ziggler recently losing the IC Championship to one of SmackDown's newest signings, Sheamus.
Well, I mean, if there was ever a way to showcase why he deserves to be back in that picture, it's going up against the People's Champion more than anything else.
Exactly. But honestly, he's kind of walking into the belly of the beast here because, you know, The Rock is perfectly fresh after filming, you know, the Lord of Ligma movie. So... Who's The Rock?
No, it's the what was it? The classic, like, I can't believe Steve Jobs died of Ligma. Who's Steve Jobs?
Who's The Rock? Ligma balls. It's so sad that Dolph Ziggler is gonna die of Ligma. What? Sheamus!
Sheamus! Oh, he's got a front row ticket. I mean, to be fair, this is The Rock. I would get front row tickets to watch The Rock wrestle Dolph Ziggler.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Intercontinental Champion is buying his own tickets.
You know, you have a point there. I mean, what era SmackDown is? This isn't the TKO showcase, so they're not that cheap yet.
Did you remove the milk routine? No. It's called Funny Number.
Oh my God! Playing my game.
Okay. The Rock has come all over your candy. I'm sorry. Sheamus, the Intercontinental Champion, doesn't get his own tickets comped. He needs to buy a front row ticket if he's not on the program.
I mean, we never asked him whether or not he bought the tickets or not. I mean, he might just know someone backstage. I mean, there are gifts for that kind of stuff, you know.
They were papered.
Yeah. It's a favor for his buddy that he said happy birthday to like 3 years ago, you know?
Yeah. You know what? That's so fucking true. Oh my God, you could see him out the corner of the screen.
Right.
Wherever they go. Dude, he stands out. He is the Great White, as they call him.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Is it the guy with the sign in the background? Is it the long sleeve green shirt, or is it the pasty white dude in the front row?
And who's fucking built like a brick shit house over there? I'll be honest. Ziggler's taking it to the freaking Rock here in the early goings.
Yeah, if there was ever a time for The Rock to show his acting skills, I did not expect it to be against Dolph Ziggler.
Exactly. Instead, The Rock's the one selling for a change, and not Ziggler. Right. So, who's in ring gear, mind you? Yeah! Dude, he bought a ticket and he's in his ring gear.
I mean, there are cosplayers inside, you know, wrestling shows.
yeah, but they understand that you need to, like, wear some pants, you know?
I mean, last time I checked, there was no sign up front that said no shirt, no shoes, no service.
Just
saying.
You know, that's very true. Oh my God. Is Ziggler about to pin The Rock?
Is Ziggler going to? Oh my God,
dude, is he about to pin The Rock? Oh no, he's about to make him tap.
He's about to make him tap.
Oh my, what a move by Ziggler. What should the People's Champ be looking to do now, King?
Tap out, evidently.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Book this match for Mania now.
That was embarrassing.
That was, God. What is it with this new age SmackDown making legends look like just the worst wrestlers to ever exist? First The Undertaker, now The Rock. What's next, Stone Cold?
Listen, man. If anyone's going to squash a legend, I'd rather have it be Ziggler than Swagger. So.
Yeah, you know, you have a point there.
Dwayne got his crap rocked.
He did.
That's true.
The Rock got rocked, brother.
Here's your winner, Dolph Ziggler.
Tony Chimmel's disappointed in this result.
Fair.
Either that or he's just stunned. I mean, frankly, I'm stunned too. That was an incredible.
There was no explanation. It was just the Dolph won clean, by the way. There was no like, shady tactics or anything.
A vulgar display of power. As Pantera would say.
And there was no post-match angle or anything like that as well. Sheamus was just there.
Sheamus was simply there. He wanted to cheer on The Rock, and instead he got his shit rocked instead.
Yeah.
Dude, what the... I mean, well, that fucking sucked for The Rock. He finally finds the gumption to come to work, and this is what happens.
Yeah, finally shows up to work. And is like, I'm just gonna. Oh, yeah, there you go. The dolphin. The
dolphin.
It's the Dolphin Rock Ziggler.
The Dolphin Rock Ziggler feud.
I'm telling you, that's the Mania match. This is going to lead up to the Ultimate Mania match between Rock and Dolph.
Yeah. The Mania match in checks notes 9 months.
Hey, long-term story, but long-term
storytelling. Yeah, dude, at its finest. Wow. But like
Hogan and fucking Macho Man, eat your hearts out. Come on.
I'm just gonna say real fast too. Either Ziggler or Sheamus needs to turn face here soon, because I don't want there to be a heel versus heel match again at the Bash. So it's like we need one of them to turn face here soon.
Either that or just find a way to insert another wrestler to make it a triple threat.
Exactly. Anyways, rest of the show. Kane versus Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes picks up the victory. Tag team steel cage match of Jericho and The Miz versus Zach Henry and Mark Henry. Zach Henry gets
the win.
Zach Henry beats both Jericho and The Miz at the same time. And one-on-one match, main event, CM Punk and The Big Show. CM Punk wins.
Let's see what the news says.
But how could anyone defeat The Big Show? Or rather, the Dolph chirps. That's his fucking peeps, brother. Zack Ryder defeated Chris Jericho in what was a David and Goliath victory. Zack Ryder and Mark Henry's friendship has gotten even stronger.
Hell yeah.
And a new rivalry has formed between CM Punk and The Big Show. So, suck on that.
Blow, I swear.
Definitely, for sure, brother. All right, Cry Timer's still a thing, because this freaking game has a bad habit of just breaking up my tag teams without any fanfare. Like, I tried to put together the Nexus, and then they just freaking dissolved, like, after one run-in, and there was no follow-up to it either, because David Otunga was facing the Controller, I think, and Wade Barrett ran in, and he just laid out David Otunga, and then the Nexus stopped being a thing, like, 2 weeks later. So...
Oh, lovely.
I don't really know what that's all about. Speaking of the Nexus, I kind of want to watch this one. Oh my god. This one as well?
Oh.
Fire and Freeze versus the Straight Edge Society. I was about to say the Jericho Appreciation Society.
Oh my god. And a Falls Count Anywhere match as well?
Dude. Dude, I kind of want to watch both of these matches right here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of want to watch both of them.
I mean, I'm fine with both. I'll tell you right now, my money's more on the Fire and Freeze, seeing how that match turns out. You know?
Yeah, same. But I want to see, because like we rarely see like, you know, the Nexus or Legends on the main shows. They're like always on Superstars. So like this right here is like a rarity.
Yeah.
This right here is like a rarity. Big Bucks Wade Barrett right here. So I kind of want to see this. And then this. And then maybe we'll skip Superstars depending on how that looks. You don't drop them on the B show. Well, yeah, Superstars is the show. You don't drop them on the B shows. Oh yeah, sorry, my mistake. Superstars is the main show. So, but listen, this Raw is a little bit stacked, but I only want to watch like the first half. This one I know is going to take a while, so like I'm fine with this not happening. But
yeah, no, that's perfectly fine.
But this one, I want very, very badly. So, Jesus, Bret Hart's hair is crazy in this.
It really is.
Wade Barrett,
Mario.
90. Wade Barrett, 90 overall. This would never happen again. That's like better than Rey Mysterio at a base level in this game.
Right.
That's like almost as good as Batista at his base level. That is better than Christian Cage. That's better than Dolph Ziggler. That is better than who else?
It's better
I'm trying
than
to think. It is in fact better than Chavo. I'll give you that. My sleep schedule is fucked. How is SVR 11? It's going good, Infinite. How are you? What's up?
I realize, is Chavo not on the show?
Chavo's not on the show, brother. He's been given the friggin' week off. I mean, when you're in such high demand.
You know what?
You know.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like those Chavito Heat shirts are flying off the shelf, brother. He doesn't fucking need to work. He can just let the merch roll in.
Weighing 234 pounds, Bret the Hitman Hart.
World famous JCW ring announcer Justin Roberts.
True.
I learned recently that Justin Roberts has a Cameo account.
Oh, does he now?
Do you think when I run 1K Mania that I can get him to do custom ring announcements?
Oh, at the very least, he could be the one to like kick off the show. Like if there was ever a time to do it, that was it. That's it.
Yeah, like have him do like, you know, the opening and main event intros.
Exactly.
I just want him to like announce Gira into the ring. So, like that would.
Welcome, GirafaMania.
Welcome to 1K Mania.
Weighing 265 pounds, Wade Barrett.
We walk alone. Goated song, by the way. A staple of the YouTube audio library. I'm not even kidding. This song was on there. I don't know if it still is, but it was on there in the 2010s. We are one, we are one, we are one. But no, like the Nexus didn't even need to like be buried in this game. It buried itself.
It ate itself alive.
It did. Like Wade Barrett just interfered in one match and broke up the whole fucking group. So now we just have three guys that are not connected anymore, and they just have the same music now. So
it's always so confusing whenever you're trying to find your identity.
I know, right?
This one should be amazing, Michael.
I mean, like me, I'm asexual, but I may be aro ace or pan romantic. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. So,
I think Mr. Iguana is cool.
and coming to terms with that is the ultimate vindication.
Oh, there it is.
Well, speaking of figuring yourself out and being able to talk to people, I I got a new credit card recently, right? And I wanted to test it by getting, you know, a couple of, you know, lattes for me and one of my roommates. So you know, I went over there and I was like, hey, you want me to get you something? Yeah, but can you order it? And she said, yeah, but can you like order it on my phone? You'll need to like use the app, and when you get there, you'll have to say, hey, I'm picking it up for insert roommate's name here, right?
Okay.
So I go over there, and I walk up to the barista, and I say, hey, I have a mobile order. And she said, all right, can you give me the name of the mobile order? And I said, it's for first name B, right? Like, first name of roommate, last name initial B. And she was like, I'm sorry, is that B or V? And I tried to clarify it by saying, that's B. B as in B. like the insect. Like the insect, B.
Yeah.
And a second later, I realized what I said. I'm just like, what the fuck am I saying? That makes no sense.
I sound crazy, don't I?
Yeah, it's like B as in B. And I said it like in a really matter-of-fact way. So like I probably sounded really confrontational in that moment. And I was like,
condescending more than anything. It's like,
yeah.
B as in D.
Yeah. And I was just like, dude, what? Brett's trying to get to the top rope. Whoa!
Please, not the neck again.
Fuck Wade Barrett in one word. It's much like fuck Bill Goldberg. Because Brett doesn't say it in like the tone of like Bill Goldberg. He says it like Bill Goldberg.
Yep.
You know?
So much hate for one man, you can't even take time to pronunciate.
Exactly. So now it's Wade Barrett. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a 3 for a second there. That was
whoa.
2.9.
Dude, I thought he was like shoot pinning him. Wait, David Hart Smith!
What are you doing here?
David Hart Smith out here to help his uncle and Bret the Hitman Hart.
I mean, if there was ever a time to help, I mean, it's when your uncle is Bret Hart, you help when you can.
Bret is also part of the Hart dynasty here, along with the British Bulldog. So
I mean, I would like to hope so.
So like it's a 5-person faction consisting of Smith, David Hart Smith, Tyson Kidd, Natalia, Bret Hart, and the British Bulldog. So
that's perfect. In that case, we can start the faction versus faction, the Hart dynasty versus the next.
Dude, that right there's the perfect world. You know, that right there's like the picture of utopia. Everybody and their mother has a Cameo account. Yes, but listen, Justin Roberts has a Cameo account, and I need to be able to die happy. So, with that in mind, I should figure out how to Cameo him to do custom ring announcements for 1K Mania.
I think it's possible. It's definitely possible.
It would be. I just need to make sure CM Punk's not in the main event, otherwise it's going to be really awkward. So.
Here we go. He's hanging on for dear life.
But no, I realized what I said to the barista when I said, B as in B. And I'm like, wait, that makes no sense. I mean like B as in bear. Right?
There you go.
And then she understood what I said. But like in the moment, I probably sounded like an asshole. So
wait, is that bear or there?
Okay, smart guy.
Like, thank you very much, or thank you very much?
Thank you very much. What, dude, what the fuck is this? Is this like a pun circus? What are you doing? Do you think I'm like a pun master over here?
Yeah, possibly.
He's in a world of
Listen, I'm
trouble.
just very autistic about bears, as anyone should be.
Oh, you're autistic about giraffes.
Listen, I can be multifaceted.
You know what? That's a valid point.
The big Barrett boot. That's insane. And the wasteland to Bret Hart.
No.
Siren Skylar, thank you very much for the resub, bud, for 3 months. A GirafaStev. Oh my god, no! And D.H. Smith, he's distracted the ref. Wade Slam. Wade Slam, brother. To Bret the Hitman Hart. All the legends going down here to the future. Dude, we're in the good future here. We're like the friggin' like old guard is taking L's to the new guard. To the 90 overall Wade Barrett.
Are we sure that Bret isn't like
dead?
Hurt? Because like I'm sure he would have kicked out by now.
It's like shoot pin here.
There we go.
1, 2, 3.
Well, that dude.
I think Bret might be dead. We might want to check up on him.
We're throwing up the X, dude. That happens shockingly frequent. Where like that will be an interference, and they'll distract the ref 3 times, and they'll still take the L. So
like that was Booker T Triple H level of like, you know, long time pin more than anything else.
We have like a Triple H Booker T situation in this game like every other in-game week. So everyone just looks so like half this roster looks unbelievably strong at all times and unbelievably weak at all and the other half looks unbelievably weak. So
like, are we just preparing like the next like WWE Hall of Fame class by having all these legends like go out on their backs?
Maybe.
Like
what the? Oh, David Otunga!
Oh,
David Otunga with the lead pipe to his former like month-long faction mate in Wade Barrett. David, why? Dude, NXT finalists go at it. So wait, what?
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 I said that man's name was
David Otunga. Hold on just a second. Are you telling me that didn't do anything for either guy? Why even have... Wait, are they both still... They're both still heels! What?
I mean, if there was ever a time to make Wade the face, like that was... Or David the face. One of those gotta be the face.
I'm half tempted to change it myself, but I just want to let the game fucking figure it out. You know? I kind of just want to let the game figure it out. Y'all got any space? I am saving you for next time, Siren.
Ooh.
I will get to you next week if you're open. So, because I kind of want to have a rotating like list of guests here for for the next time. Because this is not the only universe mode we're doing. We're going to be doing at least through 2K14. So
there you go.
And we're going to be carrying over champions and continuity, you know, between all games. So,
do you understand me?
All the games? Jesus.
Do you understand what I'm saying, chat?
Do you understand me?
I think we understand you, sir.
What?
Do you understand me? What?
Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble.
Well, we'll see about that, brother. I mean, the Royal Rumble is in like 6 months.
I said the Royal Rumble.
Oh, hold on. Stone Cold didn't say anything like that.
I said the Royal Rumble. I said the Royal Rumble.
That's nice, but I ain't saying that yet. We got 6 months away from it.
What?
Also, Postmodern Art Podcast PG is so cute. It is. Look at him. Look at him right there. There he is.
You can thank my buddy Screamin' J Fawn. They were the one that did the art for this.
That's incredible. I am in love with them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in love with their art. I'm not in love with them. But
that's fair. That's valid.
I've never met them. But I have gear that's just called Heart Worship right here.
Interesting.
Which
is it just pink trucks?
Yeah. It's just like pink trunks. Although I don't think I made it pink enough. It's more like magenta than anything else.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
I also made one that's the Chicago flag here.
We gotta say that obviously for Chicago.
If we get to Chicago. But like,
I mean, we're in Maryland.
We are in Maryland, which as you know, is very close to Chicago.
Hours drive.
A couple hours. And Fantastic Four gear, because I can't remember which show it was, but I saw him wear this. I think it was...
it was SummerSlam, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Well, I saw him wear it at SummerSlam, and I was like, this feels very inspired and very, very on brand for him, because he's always been a big Marvel guy. So...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, for God's sakes, it's clobbering time.
Yeah, I mean, like, he literally lives his catchphrase from, well, one of his catchphrases from the Fantastic Four. So I figured giving this to him would be fitting. But for tonight, we're going to just go with his yellow attire. Luke Gallows, I can't really think of much unique in the way of custom costumes, so he just gets to stay in his own thing. And for Ricky Steamboat and the Sexy Yeti, they're both pretty much already color coordinated. So
yep, I think you nailed it on this one.
Only thing is that I should maybe give Ricky some red tights, just in case I want him to pair up nicely with, Yeti's crop top and red skirt. So.
I see you were very inspired by the Sexy Yeti.
I'm very inspired. The Sexy Yeti is a freaking polyamorous goat. Okay.
Oh hell yeah.
You could try to make Gallows camo the Thing inspired. Send me a photo of the Thing. Okay? Like, send me a photo of the Thing, because I think it would be really cool to have sort of like a Mr. Fantastic and the Thing going on at the bash. So
that would work.
I think that would be sick as fuck. Anyways, here we go. The custom outfits were just palette swaps, right? Yeah. In this game, they're just palette swaps, but they work for our purposes. So
the following contest is scheduled for
what's annoying about the multi-titles thing with the tag titles is... What's annoying about having the tag titles be, the two old tag team championship belts is that when someone holds them, they usually just come out like this entrance right here. Really slow and not a lot of character. Like CM Punk otherwise would have a unique championship entrance, but since there are two belts, he can't do it.
I mean, when you have 20 pounds of gold on you, it kind of weighs you down a little bit.
like CM Punk just fucking breathes a heavy sigh anytime he needs to come out with this shit. And watch, freaking Luke Gallows is gonna come out here with the same stuff.
I mean, to be fair, that's more Luke Gallows, just period.
Yeah, that's fair. This right here is just quintessential Luke Gallows. Or Dot Gallows, as we know as the Director of Chaos. Dot Gallows, brother. You can try to make Gallows camo the Thing inspired. Again, send me like a fucking thing on that and I'll try and create it later on. I mean, I could probably also do some Heart Worship with him.
I mean, if nothing else, there is blue camo out there. That is a thing.
There is blue camo, in fact. God, these are a lifetime ago. What's a lifetime ago? These freaking belts? Because, yeah, they are. I kind of miss these belts, even though I know that currently we have belts that are essentially just harkening back to these.
At least on the Smackdown one.
Yeah, at least on the Smackdown one. A tiny bit on the Raw ones, too, because they have the splash of red. But,
yeah,
I do kind of miss these designs, too. Belts, stage, people. Dude, for fucking sure. And now Doc Gallows. He's no longer the director of Chaos. He's not Festus. I don't know what he is now. I mean, what he is now is that he's just kind of coasting at the moment, which, you know, honestly, I think both him and Carl Anderson have found a cheat code in wrestling. That they literally just had a good run in New Japan, and they have been riding on that success for like a decade. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, you could maybe have a Jim Neidhart inspired gear for Gallows too. Yeah, he's been Luke Gallows for ages, and good for the Good Brothers. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not going to like what the. Oh yeah, that's right. I never made a custom entrance for them. What?
Who is this man?
What's he? What the fuck is this? Okay, I'm gonna need.
Who let Johnny Sins in here?
Johnny Sins. Dude, I'm gonna need to chase this post haste.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Sexayete needs to get all their shit on when they get to the ring. It's a 5-minute process at least. But
how is it that somehow when he wears less, he's not as sexy?
I know, right? This right here is not sexy. I can't fuck to this. I am flaccid.
I could not be more. I could not be more flaccid.
I could not be more turned off by this shit. Anyways, big ol' tornado tag team match. It's Falls Count Anywhere. I'm a little bit more fine with working under these conditions because, well, everyone's legal at once. And there's kind of more of a chance that, you know, guys will be too far away to break up pins.
Exactly. Plus, Falls Count Anywhere. I mean, come on.
Falls Count Anywhere. And also, I mean, this could be a pivotal point for Fire and Freeze. If they defeat the tag champs here, you know, they might be next in line for a tag title shot.
There you go.
And that would make the Sexayete one of the only characters in the Giraverse that, you know, that we created that managed to be both a singles and a tag champ. Because Gira was never a tag champ. Actually no. He's been a one-time tag champ in Wrestling Revolution in Wrestling Empire. He held it with Jake the Snake Roberts, I think. So it's like this would be the second time that a created character has held a tag belt with a legend.
Certainly a very interesting time.
It would be, yeah. But yeah, oh my god, the flying asshole from the friggin' Yetse. After that's what he was about to do.
One of the most brutal moves in wrestling, folks.
The flying asshole.
We're on tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he's been Luke Gallows for friggin' ages. Well, actually, he's been Luke and Doc Gallows in different occasions.
About to be put to the test here. Now with a chair. Oh yeah.
Luke Gallows slowly making his way to the Sexayete with that sledgehammer. Oh my god. And the Dragon's cornered here. Oh, but CM Punk looking to... What? Hold on.
Oh,
hold on. Ouch.
Oh, classic move.
I feel like that would hurt you a little bit, too, in fact.
I mean, well, it depends on how much of a pain resistance you have more than anything else.
I've sent an image of the thing. I'll get it real quick.
DDT. Oh.
I could probably do something there. We'll try it here after this. This is what I was thinking we base Gallows Fantastic Four gear off of. Only make the camo pants orange and singlet blue. Only say that because I know orange singlet won't look good. No, I understand what you're saying because like what you're gonna get there is stuff that's kind of like a flesh tone, and it doesn't look good with a singlet.
Watch and observe here as there are no countouts.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, hold on, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat firing up here as he looks to descend on Luke Gallows.
And CM Punk's going out.
Dude.
CM Punk's leaving.
Dude, I don't think they want to work with each other here. I don't think either of these teams want to work with each other. And Ricky Steamboat wasting his fucking finisher here. that he spent all match, you know, building up.
The Dragon.
I'm sorry, I just love how it's like the back and forth, the in and out. It's like after some boys like, wait, why are you wearing my pants?
Punk controlling the weight.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm rooting for Fire and Freeze in this match.
Oh no, same. I want to see that.
I want to see the Sexayete wear friggin' gold once more.
And again, he moves to the outside.
And the Sexayete, a former Intercontinental Champion in his own right. He doesn't have a lot of, you know, accolades, but he did fight Vince McMahon at WrestleMania and beat him and Mark Henry and Santino for like the umpteenth time. Like, good God. The Sexayete kicked the shit out of Santino in SVR 2010. It was pretty embarrassing.
Look at this.
Hold on. Give me just a second. I need water.
Drink up.
Punk squeezing down on the head.
I mean, with action this hot / confusing, you need it.
I feel like that's just the Sexayete with every relationship they've had.
Hot and confusing.
Hot and confusing.
Oh, hey! Oh, the Van Daminator. Wow.
Competitors have taken is insurmountable.
RVD also being on this roster, coping and seething in the locker room. That's my whoa, dude. That's my That's my shit you're taking.
No, we didn't take your weed. Oh,
lucky,
wait, you're talking about the move.
lucky for you, I'm the $1 million champion, so I could sue your ass to oblivion.
There we go.
Oh my God, Ricky is taking it to CM Punk. Holy shit. Whoa, hello. And Ricky Steamboat ready to perhaps let loose on Doc Gallows here. Oh goodness, nice. Dude, into the turnbuckle too. What? David Hart Smith is back out here.
David Hart Smith is just everywhere tonight.
Can you like fuck off, dude? my dude is, my dude knows he's out the door, so he's fucking out here trying to get as much screen time as possible before he goes to New Japan.
Now back under the ring, looking for another object of some sort.
Oh, ow!
Dude, I don't like this. Freaking dude, Smith is like friends with the Straight Edge Society, so this is not looking good for Fire and Freeze right here.
I still have hope. I still have hope.
I can't believe everything that's transpired thus far. It's been so physical.
I either need to like...
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Ashley. I need to rename this tag team to Fire and Ice or the Raging Climax. Because...
The Raging Climax now.
just like leaning into like, you know, the polycule stuff.
Jeez.
What will it take to finish Steamboat?
Patch, you're an polycule. Can you tell me if that's a good name or if I'm off base here?
Look, I'm telling you, you said it earlier, hot and confusing is probably the best thing to go with.
No!
1, 2, 3, 4.
They put up a good fight, but if it wasn't for the freaking Hart Dynasty again.
If it wasn't for those friggin' shitheads, the Hart Dynasty, then we maybe would have had #1 contenders to the tag team championships here. Wow. God damn you, CM Punk. How many disciples of Straight Edge Society do you have?
Wait. Davey Boy Smith, Straight Edge. Let's be honest with ourselves here.
I mean that shit goes together like, you know, Fire and Ice right there. Actually, no. Fire melts ice. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Luke Gallows and CM Punk.
Man, what a contest. We definitely just witnessed one for the ages.
I mean, that was pretty frantic. It was a little confusing at times, I won't lie. It did seem like they didn't want to work with each other. But, you know, we got over the finish line, and that's what counts. So...
Again, that sounds like the Sexy Anti-Sex Life.
We got it over the finish line, dude.
It was a little confusing, bit of a cluster, but we got there in the end.
Fuck it. I'm renaming them the Raging Climax, brother.
Raging Climax, there you go.
Luke Gallows defeated Ricky Steamboat in what was a David and Goliath victory.
Again, the legends have like no respect.
I'm sorry. Where did my tag team go?
Where'd they go?
No. We're
Do it again.
Dude.
With feeling.
Dude, we gotta get back in bed on this, okay? Hold on. Hold on just a second, brother. I gotta fucking fix this. I gotta have a discussion. This game dude, I told you, this game loves breaking up my tag teams.
How dare they?
The Raging Climax. The Raging Climax.
As it should.
Incredible. Well done. Man, I'm sad. Okay. All right, and now let's check out Superstars. But first, we see the things here. They're number 7 now. Well. Yeah, like, I don't like how this game just breaks up my shit like this.
It's so weird.
Okay, well, this one right here is really kind of a dealer's choice situation. I kind of want to watch this one just because it's the controller and David Otunga. But I don't know. Honestly, I'm fine with skipping this one. We already watched 2 matches on Raw.
I mean, look, I'm leading you in the driver's seat of this one. If you want to see the controller potentially go up against the potential face or staying heel David Otunga with a possible run in from Wade Barrett, the possibilities are endless.
I mean, dude, you're so right. I gotta see if Wade Barrett responds. Hold on. You're so right. Hold on. I gotta see if Wade Barrett responds to freaking Wade Barrett here.
We gotta see if Wade Barrett just absolutely gets decimated by.
Well, actually, no. In this case, David Otunga would probably be the one getting decimated by Wade Barrett. So let's see how this goes here. Come on. Yeah, hi Ashley. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Hopefully you're doing well. After this,
we're having a good time.
Exactly. After this, we're gonna look into fucking Luke Gallows gear.
Yeah.
And try and make him look like the Thing.
Approaching the ring from Baltimore, Maryland, the Masked Man.
And we were just there.
Oh, what's up, guys? I'm from Baltimore. Walk alone. Nothing yet from Wade Barrett.
Not yet. But the night is still young.
Exactly. Hold on.
And the night is still young and not Darren Young. Hey, see?
Really now? Dude. Again, in the front row is Wade Barrett. Dude, why are we not, like, just letting wrestlers just sit where they want?
Look, money can be tight sometimes, and like,
ever since the Nexus shit broke up, the armbands aren't selling like they used to.
Yeah.
He's keeping his distance, but the distraction alone
dude, again, I didn't even need to try. It just kind of happened that way.
That'll do some damage.
Can Otunga control the law? Yes, lawyers control the law.
You'll find some interesting articles.
I mean, very true.
I fought the law and the law won.
And the pain has to be
I fought the law, and it turns out we are one, we are one, we are one, we will stand together. But he might lay down the law. Hopefully not on the controller.
That was like a freight
I
train.
don't know if I could
Definitely
take him and his Where's Waldo gear losing. Actually, no. The control art goes by it's. So, so I couldn't handle it losing in its fucking Where's Waldo attire.
This is fair.
I mean, this is...
Watch it. I think I saw it too.
I mean, like, listen. After defeating The Undertaker, the control art got what it wanted, and now it is working Superstars almost exclusively.
I mean, you want to work on the A show all the time. Why not?
Exactly. Like, when you go to the pay window, you want to make sure that your payout is the best it can be. And what better way to get it than right here on Thursday nights. So... Alright, David Otunga showing his strength and just planting the control art down on the canvas.
You are watching Thursday night's most electric show, WWE Superstars.
You got that fucking right, Michael.
My God, I love him, Michael.
I love him, Michael. Oh my God, dude, ankle lock? Wow, okay.
Interesting.
Big old TNA fan over here in the control art. Over here watching peak angle matches, studying the tape.
King, you looking forward to Smackdown tomorrow night?
Oh, you bet I am.
You know, if I see Sheamus in the front row again and not on the match, I will officially not be looking forward to SmackDown, Michael. So...
Yo, Michael, I just gotta say, if I see wrestlers keep going in the front row, it's gonna make me wonder how long it's gonna be before Vince decides to be like, hey, we need you to pay for your seats.
I'll get paid. I'll get paid by the hour, Michael. I only get paid what's in the contracts.
Knocked into the middle of next week.
And those contracts are supposed to cover our seats, Michael.
And did you hear the impact on that kick?
Bad enough, I gotta take care of travel. Now my seats.
And I also gotta take care of you over here at ringside. Anyways, dude, it's absolutely insane. Just like the heel and face difference in this company. Whoa, holy shit. I thought the controller was gonna do like a headbutt for a second. Like he was, sorry, it was winding back on that.
WWE fans watching this match all around the world.
Oh, whoa,
Oh,
jeez,
beautiful.
Elevated, inverted DNC. They're inverted DDT.
Watch it. He looks fired up here.
The claw arm drag, and now it's time for one of the best moves in wrestling.
I think he's through playing around.
Oh. Beautiful poetry in motion.
Wow, dude, that was like 5 nut shots at least.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're not getting up from that.
There's no, why are we not throwing the belt on the controller? I mean, come on.
That's fucking the control art to you, bucko.
So we just need to see that finisher again. That's just.
Oh man, sorry, I skipped through it.
The Masked Man.
Okay, hold on.
Masked Man.
Yeah, I like this display.
You know what? If I got punched in the dick 5 times, I wouldn't be wanting to shake someone's hand either.
You know what? That is valid. If there was ever a time. If there was ever a time I would refuse someone's hand, it's just like that happens. Like, hey, how you doing? You doing okay, bud?
Bro.
Kept punching me in the dick.
Brother, I respectfully, actually no, not respectfully. I know where that hand has been. I don't want it back there. Fuck you. Fuck you for real, dude. The control art and David Otunga are now enemies.
There we go.
British
It's
Bulldog.
almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos
Dude,
break, my dude.
We're building up the Nexus feud with the friggin' Hart Dynasty, and the Nexus isn't around to friggin' have it. Anyways, we need to run an ad.
We need to get
It's
them back
break
together.
time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Say hello to the pillow pets.
Say hello to them.
It's a pet. It's a pillow pet.
I always wanted the pig one when I was a kid, but I never got it.
I think my younger brother got one, but I can't remember which one he got.
I never got one when I was a kid, unfortunately.
Oh no, same. I never got one.
Nexus ambushing Bret Hart wasn't enough. Well, actually, no. The Nexus did not ambush Bret Hart. It was David Hart Smith coming out to help Bret Hart. So
I think they might be talking about the original Nexus.
Oh, okay.
A ladybug, a frog, a dog, a
I could be wrong.
unicorn, a dolphin, a bumblebee, a monkey, and so many more.
I'm sorry, but all of these are very cute.
Why not have a fun
Oh, they're
pillow?
adorable.
Pillow pets are great for
Like,
travel.
if there was ever a
PJs
perfect,
fit right
like,
inside.
as seen on
Perfect for
TV
the overnight
product,
trip
this
to
is it.
Grandma's house.
This is peak.
more than just
Yeah,
another
yeah.
stuffed
This right
animal.
here
This
is like on the
pillow
level
that your
of
child or
zoo books, I
grandchild
feel
will
like.
use every night. It's a pet with a purpose. Every pillow pet is made of
Like, this was the kids'
ultra-soft,
OxyClean,
high-quality
all right?
chenille
I mean, much like OxyClean, they're still around, Post.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you know it's successful. I've lived the timeline of what normal like info like TV commercials would live.
Kids are already enjoying their very own.
This woman is like, all it takes is one hug and your child will fall in love with their pillow pet. Dude, I'm 26 and I'm the same way. Okay.
Pillowpets.com
You're
to see the full
26?
selection of pillow pets.
I'm 26,
If you have a
brother.
birthday,
Dude,
holiday,
I'm
or
about to
special
be
occasion
30 years
coming up,
old.
Oh,
Fuck.
no.
the perfect $30 gift. Imagine your
I mean,
child
you know, it's only a matter of
when you
time for
get
me
their
before
pillow
I'm
pet.
30.
Pillow
So,
pets come with a full
Yeah, but,
60-day
like,
money-back
fuck.
guarantee. So go
yeah, I'm on the
right
back
now
half
to
of my 20s. It's only a matter of time for me, but, you know.
That's
Enjoy it while they last, please.
www.pillowpets.com.
I'm trying, dude.
Adopt your pillow pet today.
They have a bunch of licensed ones now.
Oh yeah, no, I know that.
Post.
That's the only thing that's kind of soured it a little bit, but also like, fuck, you made a successful product. Get that bank.
Yeah, go and get that friggin' bag, brother. Especially when one of them is Sonic T Hedgehog. You know? Like, listen, that one was made for me specifically. So,
You are a grown adult. You can buy a pillow pet if you really wanted to.
I can buy the Sonic the Hedgehog pillow pet.
Yep.
You are a normal person. You are a normal guy. You can buy the Sonic pillow pet. You're a normal guy. You're allowed to be in a room.
Exactly.
I'm making the thing gear right now. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw.
I mean, maybe we go with like a little bit more of a darker blue.
You think it should be a darker blue?
Yeah, just a slightly darker.
Something like this?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, cool. Hold on, I'm putting music on so it's not so quiet. There we go. That's some No Mercy music. Hold on.
No mercy.
Sako. Knee pads. Should those also be orange or should they be blue?
I think those should be blue.
Okay. I think having them be dark like that's fine.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Now for the boots. Actually, I'm looking at the thing that's like Infinite Tequila sent me. Sorry, the thing has like white, like
Life.
he has like
Mario.
white like boots or like white pads like above his feet. So I've been sent by Shoujo. I was told about the WWE. Well, we're over here making gear. Rather, we're over here making gear for Luke Gallows inspired by the thing. How do you like it? Also, thank you for the follow, Hoot VT. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. I really appreciate that. Are you a fan of wrestling? Because, well, you've come to the right place if so. Because
Absolutely.
because me and basically whoever else I bring on here, we are all fans of wrestling in some form or fashion. So hi, Posty. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing all right, man.
Are you having a good day?
Yes, sir.
You're gonna ask me some questions.
Possibly. I'll tell you what, Stone Cold. What is the next big plan that you have for yourself?
What? Stone Cold Steve Austin is entering himself in the Royal Rumble.
Really? You're already planning on that when
I said the Royal Rumble.
Okay, you know what? You know what? Understandable, fair one. Understand. You know what? I wish you the best of luck at the Royal Rumble.
No, that's not what I'm here to do.
But you just said you were here for the Royal Rumble.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Hello, Mario.
That's gotta be a short, right? That's short quality.
That right there's poetry. I mean, I could also do this.
Hey, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic.
Oh, pleasure to meet you.
I'm Sonic.
Pleasure to meet you.
I'm Sonic.
Okay.
Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm the world's fastest hedgehog.
Oh, that's nice, Sonic. It's a pleasure to meet you.
How'd you get here?
We get it.
How'd you get here?
Stev invited me.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Pleasure to be in this stream and pleasure to have you here joining us as well, Sonic.
What's up?
What's up? Well, currently there's a ceiling up above me, if that's what you're wondering.
Yeah!
See? He gets me.
Hi, Joe. How are you doing tonight? I found my community found more of these soundboards and I'm addicted to them. So
I can imagine.
They found a lot of Wrestler and Sonic ones for me. So
seems about right.
Like they know me so well, bro. Also, chat. This gear is meant to be inspired by the Thing from the Fantastic Four. What do we think of it? You can customize the souls.
I'll say if only you could like move the camouflage up to the shirt instead of the camouflage being the pants.
Well, I mean, we thought about that, but we figured that like an orange singlet would look weird. So.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like if it was just like the orange singlet with, you know, like just as is, yeah, it looks weird. But like
look at that
orange,
fucking cream colored son of a bitch.
But if it was like a camo shirt that you made orange.
Yeah, I know. We could change the pattern.
Yeah.
Instead, if I make it orange, he like looks like a creamsicle, you know? What if I try to make the boots white too? I can live with that, honestly. And the soles are like orange to kind of, you know, match, you know, the Thing's, you know, skin. Well, yeah. I call it skin, but it's like rocks, you know? So.
To match the Thing's texture.
Yes, exactly. You know what? I like this. This is like Reed Richards and Ben Grimm if they were evil sons of bitches and the Fantastic Four was a cult. So.
There you go.
Fantastic Four. I'm trying not to write in Fant4stick just to save time. I watched Fant4stick like a year or so ago, and I was bored out of my mind. So, I mean, the only time it was really the only time it was really decent was when it was like horror stuff, you know, because it was like a body horror thing for like half an hour, and it was weird. So,
yep. I mean, to be fair,
it's
there's a reason why. I mean, with all the say that again.
It's fantastic. It sure is.
Sure is.
Dude, Luke Gallows is getting a lot of screen time this week.
Yeah,
between all three. All right, so we got what the fuck? The Big Show versus Sheamus in a tables match.
It's a very interesting. Oh man, having the Big Show in a tables match, that can be very dicey.
Is there not an option for images to get a 4-in? There is not, unfortunately. Not in this one. Hey, JTG and Shad Gaspard's friendship has gotten even stronger. Cool.
Hey! And we're the two best friends that anyone could have. We're the two best friends that anyone could have.
They shouldn't have been broken up, so I put them back together.
Hell yeah.
A submission match between Shad and Luke? That sounds honestly atrocious. So,
yeah, I was gonna say, that sounds awful.
That sounds atrocious, brother. But hey, at least Shad Gaspard won that.
Shad got the win.
You know, Shad and fucking JTG, they may be getting a tag title shot here soon. That'd be nice.
Hey. I like to hear that.
The best tag team in WWE to never win the tag titles.
Which is a shame.
Triple threat women's match here. Michelle McCool, Layla, Gail Kim. I was hoping for Gail Kim, but Michelle McCool, the current women's champion, picks up the win.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
And we have a double tables match second half here, with the Brothers of Destruction taking on DX, and DX wins. Hold on, let me see the things here. Kane and Shawn Michaels are now enemies. Triple H and Shawn Michaels' friendship has gotten even stronger. Okay, so now that we've had this match, we don't need to go to Saudi Arabia, right?
Yes, we do not need that. Let's just imagine that never happened.
Also, Hoot VT says postmodern, do we know each other?
Was it Hoot VT?
Hoot VT, yes.
I don't think I've ever heard of Hoot VT. I know Loot VT, but I don't know a Hoot VT.
Because like Hoot VT sounds familiar to me too, but I'm not following. I'm not following them at the moment. So like, if I've seen them before, then I'm spacing. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that, Hoot, but it's a pleasure to meet you. I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope you're enjoying the stream.
I think it may be a coincidence, and your voice is identical to someone I know who also knows about wrestling. Please don't lie to me. No, it's okay. Don't worry about that.
No. We were gonna do that. It's just we're here for good vibes. Good vibes only.
Exactly. To be fair to you, Post sounds like 3 other people I know as well. So
I get it. I'm a generic white guy. All
you
right?
you have a very common voice dynamic going on with you. Awesome! Big Show! Smackdown versus Raw PTSD right there. Big Show is coming down the ring here.
7 feet tall, weighing 441 pounds, the Big Show.
As someone that weighs 6'2" and over 350 pounds, I get it.
And his opponent.
It just looks good on him, dude. Look at that.
Oh, it looks great. This is something that should have happened years ago.
Sheamus.
Big Show. Yeah, it's a okay, we're just looking out into the crowd for this shot. Look at all the Shame-a-maniacs going on there, or the Shame-maniacs, you could say. All of them are dialing 1-800-fella.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this right here just, it feels right, so.
As it should. As it should.
But again, if we're gonna run Ziggler and Sheamus back at the Bash, I need one of them to turn face pretty soon.
Which one of these superstars is going through it?
All right, cool. Well, the finish of this match should absolutely be that Big Show steps through the table, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Look at all of Sheamus's shamrocks or whatever the fuck.
And there's the elbow. He's got him.
Dude, that shit reminds me of like an old like House of Pain song. That's not Jump Around, funnily enough. The song is called, because like the thing about House of Pain is that they really enjoyed like being white guys with like somewhat of Irish heritage.
Yep.
Because you know, like if you're from Boston, I suppose that just kind of comes with it. But
I mean, have you seen the Celtics?
I have seen the Celtics. Go Celtics, by the way.
Only one way to win.
And one of their songs that is obviously not nearly as popular, but obviously leans into their Irish stuff. It's literally called Shamrocks. What?
Isn't there one also called Top of the Morning to You?
Yes, it's called Top of the Morning to You. But there's also one called Shamrocks and Shenanigans.
Yeah, there's that one as well. I am aware of my House of Pain. All right, I listen to more than just a little bit of the Jump Around.
Exactly. I've watched Todd in the Shadows. I know my shit.
Damn, call me out on it, why don't you?
But no, listen.
When I look at Sheamus,
We respect Everlast, one of the only double one-hit wonders.
Right? Oh my god, that was a fun one to learn about more than anything else.
Yeah, I know.
Break your back.
It's fun. Sheamus, my beloved, my tall glass of milk. Listen, we love Sheamus in this house, so.
Well, absolutely. Just to make sure we don't get any more flashing lights. We don't want to blind the crowd more than we already have to.
Listen, they are blinded by his greatness right now. All of Sheamus's shamrocks are out here fucking going nuts. Ow! Damn. All the shamrocks in the crowd right now are going nuts. Dude, double choke slam on the table!
On the table, and it did not break, but that's because it's not set up.
It's not set up, but that right there was just the Big Show just dishing out all kinds of punishment on Sheamus's back here in the early goings.
I don't know about you, but you know, I gotta see that stuff. I think, well, that's just how he does it.
When you were a kid, did you also think that the Big Show sang his own theme?
I was an adult and I thought he sang his theme.
Wait, hold on. Does he not sing his own theme, chat?
No, he does not.
Okay. Because
I was saying, like whenever keep in mind, I first got into wrestling in like 2016. All right. Like,
okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
You're good. But that's what I was saying. Like, dude, I was an adult and I thought that he sang his own theme. That's what I was saying.
That's awesome.
there's a table.
There is a table right there. Ah, there's a table.
Me when I walk into a dining room.
Girafa may have your opinion on the new Samoan storyline. Do you think the Usos will turn against Roman? Okay, so like I want to clear up something here before we kind of continue on.
Mm-hmm.
I am not a big fan of WWE in the modern day. I'm more of an AEW guy and more of a most other wrestling guy, if I'm being honest with you. And that's entirely to like do with like, you know, the way that WWE conducts its business. I'm not gonna say like anyone there is a bad person just for fucking working there. Like ultimately as a wrestler you gotta make that bag, right? But you know, like I'm vehemently not fucking with WWE at this moment in time. So but if I could what was that post?
Especially these days with like if there was ever a time not to be a WWE fan, it's definitely now. Because in fact, that was it yesterday. They just released a bunch of their wrestlers and such. Like the yearly cuts are always a thing, but like
it just felt especially scummy this time because
oh yeah.
I mean, like, apparently they were mostly WWE's call. I don't really know who to blame at this point. It's shitty either way, you know?
Who knows at this point? All that matters is that, like, you know, fortunately people lost their jobs on top of, you know, already working for a company that is
that
already
is just
weird
morally
as it
questionable.
is.
You know, that's like morally questionable at the best of times. So,
Sheamus into the headlock.
but you know, like with that said, if you just kind of want an outsider's perspective of what I think, you know, the Usos and Roman are doing, my only answer to that is, we're still doing this. It's been like 4 years, brother. What are we doing? Holy shit! The 450-pounder! Wow!
Good lord!
Sheamus!
Sheamus got yoked for this match.
What? Lex Luger?
What's Lex Luger doing here?
Dude, looking like he's been sun bleached to hell is Lex Luger. Dude, this is the first time we've seen Lex in this entire thing. What? Huh?
Somebody,
a bit of a malfunction at the junction here, as Sheamus is just waiting for them to do their spot.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. What do I do? Do I just?
What? Huh? They forgot the script, dude. They forgot the script, and now they just have no clue what to do.
No, what it is freaking Luger came out and Big Show's like, wait, what are you doing here? You signed with this company?
Hold on. I think we gotta go to picture break while we sort this out. Smackdown shuffles on after this.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
I think we gotta go to picture break. In the corner.
I love this commercial.
I do too.
There's no time like begging time.
Introducing Taco Bell's new Ultimate Chalupa. Layer on layer of carne
the
asada steak,
Ultimate Chalupa.
guacamole, sour cream, and fiesta salsa surrounded by a crispy, chewy chalupa shell. To experience the ultimate taste, think outside the bun.
Vigo Tires and Jack in the Box present the Metro PCS Monster Challenge. Presented by Advance Auto Parts and Ford Trucks.
I don't know, dude. I want to go to this right here. It's motherfucking trucks.
Brave Digger.
World Champ Tom Metz driving maximum destruction. Plus, stop by Jack in the Box.
Maximum destruction.
4-pack voucher and save
Stop by Jack in the Box.
Tickets to Monster Jam. Brought to you by 1-800
Monster Jam this Sunday, and Saturday too.
And
Billy Mays here
Sunday and Saturday.
Hey, it's Billy Mays.
To fix, fill, and seal virtually anything fast.
Rest in peace, you beautiful bastard.
Mighty Putty is not a glue.
Again, there are levels to this, and this man is fucking at the top of it. So
he is S tier.
Ordinary epoxies are a mixing mess. With Mighty Putty, you just cut like dough, simply need to
these guys have completely lost the plot. They just stood here for like 3 minutes at this point.
Up to 350 pounds. Rebuild the damaged tool to work like new, or make car repairs and save money. Drills, bolts, and screws can ruin your projects. With Mighty Putty, you just cut, activate, and apply. Here's something you can't do with glue. Mighty Putty seals leaks instantly. Use it on pipes and faucets for a permanent seal. As you need, it activates, turning from green to white to show it's ready to hold on tight. It has the strength to pull this fully loaded 80,000-pound tractor trailer. Now that's the power of Mighty Putty. Whether it's tile to wood, metal to glass, any job, big or small, Mighty Putty repairs them all. Fill cracks in ceilings, walls, and floors. Mold it to furniture, sand and paint for a seamless repair. And it's ideal for all your crafting projects. There's nothing you can't do with Mighty Putty. Call now and we'll send you 2 powerful sticks of Mighty Putty for only $19.99. But through this exclusive
dude, I don't know if we just restart this match. I think we have to restart it.
We probably have to at this point because they haven't moved at all.
Done yet. Call right now and I'll triple
this match was recorded twice, dude.
For the same low price of $19.99. Order now.
This match was recorded twice.
Nom nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Smackdown? All right, take two. We could just like record the match and splice in, you know, past the point that Lex Luger interferes.
Yeah. Yeah, wow, it was great to see Lex come by. Wow.
No. We're not even gonna mention it. We're not even gonna mention that he.
Wrong direction. Man, this match has been really intense so far.
I know.
Where the tables went.
I know, man. It's crazy. It's a crazy fucking tables match. Big old fucking hosses like just going at it here. I mean, Sheamus fucking picked up the Big Show like 5 minutes ago. That's crazy.
That was insane more than anything else. Like, you would think that...
What the fuck?
And there's just a sample.
Flying asshole. Asshole from the Big Show.
Weight to his advantage. What should Sheamus be looking?
No, they forgot the script.
Oh no.
Shawn and John Cena have done irreparable damage to the public's perception of wrestlers singing their own entrance music. I mean, the fun thing about Shawn Michaels is that he's not even a good singer. Like, but for his purposes, it works, you know?
Oh no, absolutely.
Like he's a shit ass singer, but yeah, exactly. He just like goes all in on it, TK style, you know?
Exactly.
With that table.
No, that was very silly. I've not had that happen yet, and I'm surprised. I'm surprised that it took this long to happen. That like a match has just become completely unfinishable.
That'll leave a mark.
Like, sometimes it just happens.
Big Show
like
controlling the head.
Fucking Sheamus had no clue what to do there. He was like, no one gave him any direction yet, dude. He is at this point he's far from a ring general, so.
Well, yeah, no, because Gunther's a good couple of years away from making it to WWE, so.
Sheamus.
Here's a fun fact: Rey Mysterio actually does sing in Booyaka 619. Well, part of it at least. Does he sing or does he like rap in it? Because like I know that that's made by POD. So.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both.
Big Show.
I would need to see that. Like, does he do it in the third verse or like where does he do it?
Watch out here.
True.
Because I need to know where that happens. I'll tell you, Sheamus suddenly on the back foot here after giving that gnarly razor's edge to the Big Show. He's the one that does the speaking Spanglish line, I believe. Okay. Banger after banger after banger.
Nearly 500 pounds is the world's largest athlete, the Big Show.
Holy shit, but the Big Show's showing that he can,
It's so hard to combat the size,
go pound for pound with Sheamus too.
I mean, to be fair, it's a lot of pound for pound to go with Sheamus, you know?
It is. Again.
That'll do some damage.
Making sure he doesn't clip the foot on the rope this time. That didn't look too good for him. Also, for steel cables, these ropes are pretty flexible and loose.
Yeah. I mean, you see what they have to work with, man.
Exactly. What, a spear from the Big Show?
Oh.
What? And Lex Luger's back out here!
What is Luger doing here?
What a shot by the Big Show.
Is he actually gonna do something? What? And now he's going for Sheamus! What? I'm pretty sure this match is bugged, dude.
Why is Lex Luger?
Okay. Well, I guess the match is recorded thrice then.
I guess so. We might not be able to finish this match if this keeps happening.
You know what? That's fine. And the Big Show wins.
The Big Show wins.
And Shad Gaspard?
Shad?
Is #1 contender for the Intercontinental shit. Okay, well that sounds interesting. You know? I mean, that sounds like an interesting title match. Just some big old fucking hoss fight. What? #1 contenders match.
Oh.
For the US title here. We need to watch this one. MVP and Mark Henry go at it again. Okay. Okay, well, I think we're watching the first half of this show again.
Yeah, no joke.
I think we're
nothing else like Chavito Heat needs to be on full display going up against the money match himself, Ted DiBiase Jr.
Against the money man, Ted Jr., who recently lost his $1 million championship to Rob Van Dam. No kidding. Wow. Okay, well, you know what? After Smackdown was recorded thrice, I think we need a goddamn palate cleanser.
Absolutely.
There was no news during that match. We just need to move on from that now. Thank you. All right, table match. MVP hoping to parlay his win from Superstars a couple weeks ago into this match with Mark Henry. Here. Purple and white. Yeah. Let's go with that. I made sure to give like each of them like unique attire too. Hopefully this loads in fast, but with it being on a hard drive, it's gonna be a little tough.
It's just a little bit.
It's a lot to load in, so. And of course, Mark Henry's gear can't stop being red. Dude,
can't stop, won't stop.
Dude looks like a Christmas tree right now.
No, trust me, I
All right, let's do it. I'm honestly hyped for this. I'm not gonna lie.
I can imagine.
The rematch.
What's Lex Luger doing here?
Dude, Lex Luger's cursed. Dude, that happens again with Lex Luger. I'm just gonna say that he's cursed.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Weighing 259 pounds, Montel Vontavious Porter, otherwise known.
Does MVP hurt people back then? Dude, he fucking wants to hurt people, but he's having a hard time doing that. So really the best thing he could do here is to hurt his former partner in Mark Henry. But then I wonder, you know, if Zach Henry's gonna play into this in any way, shape, or form. Speaking of Zach Henry, again, the goddamn month started out with MVP losing in a false count anywhere to Zach Henry after he fell to a Batista bomb. So Zach Henry might, god damn it. So Zach Henry might get involved in this in some way or shape or form, especially since he's Mark Henry's tag team partner. God damn, I really wish that the gear customization on Mark Henry was better.
I mean, to be fair, he has very simple, you know, gear in the first place.
He does, but like it's like big bright red in its base form, and it shows through here. Again, he looks like a Christmas tree right now.
I mean, it's better.
It is better. Yes, I gave him black and green gear here. So, GirafaStev would turn on Postmodern Art Podcast in an instant. Listen, man, members of the Long Boy Club, we are headstrong to take on anyone. All right.
Long voice for life.
Exactly. We don't turn on our own around here. All right.
Exactly. We do a good job turning on ourselves. Wait.
Autosexual over here. It's great. All right. Here we go.
Sold out arena in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C.
Oh.
Dude, we're about to unleash some capital punishment right here as MVP tries to get another one up on Mark Henry. He beat him in a first blood match at Extreme Rules. But can he get another win on him here in this tables match?
Yeah, well, we all know about
I mean, we saw...
The fact that this is more of a standard match, so you're going to need a little bit more than just a little bit of blood in order to get that win.
Please don't say only 9 viewers, okay?
Look at this.
It's not only. It is 9 incredibly great viewers. And also don't tell me how many people are watching at once. That throws me off.
Senseless brutality. And that's why he's the world's strongest man.
The world's strongest man.
Absolutely. With his big fucking head.
God, I always forget about that headbutt.
Another one. Another one.
Screw brain damage. I got this.
This personal animosity exploding between these men.
He's got a fucking mean streak over here.
I can tell.
Right now, I'd expect him to start throwing
He's got to make up for losing to MVP in a first blood match. What do you mean I bled first?
There are no countouts. These competitors can stay out here as long as they like.
Yeah, again, I really hope that Lex Luger doesn't interfere in this one.
Well, there is a table out here.
I mean, especially after Lex Luger interfered in the last match and just ended up fucking beating up on both Sheamus and the Big Show.
Yep.
That was vicious.
Lex Luger, protector of tables.
Given how the match was recorded thrice, he had absolutely no idea what to do. So
he got stage fright.
He got stage fright. It's incredible work.
World's strongest slam. That's just plain vicious.
Lex is the guardian of the tables.
Lifts his opponent up. Oh no!
Ow! Oof. On the barricade.
Again, he gets struck with that object.
Oh, my back.
Oh, my back.
I see the delight Mark Henry takes in destroying his fellow superstars.
Oh,
dude, he's looking to end the career of Mark Henry here.
Break the spine right in the middle. Let's go.
I was about to say, he may be looking to do just that. Oh, hey, MVP! Fighting back!
Determination.
What? The sexy Yeti! No, please, I can't do another one of these.
Well, on the bright side, they're on the outside, so maybe that was the issue.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
MVP into the headlock.
Oh.
The sexy Yeti, a notable rival of Mark Henry. He may be coming out here to lend MVP a hand. Just sheer hatred here from MVP.
I'm scared to ask.
MVP squeezing down on the head.
On the table. On the rungs. Oh! Right on the legs. Hold on.
I think he's through playing around.
A bear hug of his own! A bear hug of his own! From the sexy Yeti!
My, how the tables have turned!
How the turntables!
How the turntables!
Oh, look at that!
Oh, no way!
Oh, thanks! Oh, thanks! I held my back.
I'm suddenly the most athletic man in all of Raw. That'd be sick as fuck. Okay, and now he's gone.
He's just walking away like nothing happened.
Right. Well, thank you, Sexy Yeti. You helped out. Maybe. I don't know.
Thank you for not glitching out like Lex Luger did.
I was about to say. Well, right. Well, he's
getting his own table.
He's trying to leave. This is Sexy Yeti.
There's a table, and you just walk around.
Just move the table.
Take like one step.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
and Mark Henry taking focus away from the Sexy Yeti, having difficulties with that table spot. Holy shit!
Oh, there it is.
Oh, hold on.
Hello, Mario.
King Steven TV. Hey, Smackdown vs. Raw 2011. Absolutely. How you doing?
Absolutely.
Welcome on in to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
Folks will be staying with this match to the end with no commercial interruptions.
Finally. Oh, there's a Sexy Yeti.
Anyways, it is time for a 3-minute Cheetos break. No, it's not.
Imagine.
The world's strongest man.
Is anyone gonna help the guy in the corner? Just gonna let him?
They're just gonna let him. They're gonna let him squirm.
Oh no! His hands
Dude.
Just take. There's one step to the left. Step to the right. Just no. Don't go the other way. Now go one way. Take another step. Come on, you got this. Okay. He's hopeless.
Mark Henry is just vicious right now. With MVP. No, you get back down on the floor. Or just go the other way, exactly. Just like go around, you idiot.
Man, would you look at the size of Mark Henry's legs? We haven't seen legs like that since the Brontosaurus died out.
All right.
Oddly specific.
I mean, with legs like those.
Shot to the temple. An aggressive shot to the midsection.
Wait, hold on. MVP? MVP's coming back. Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hold on.
MVP controlling the head.
I'm out of the loop. Who's the guy with the bandages at ringside again? That is
the Sexay Yeti.
It is the Sexay Yeti, the son of the Yeti Senior, who notably dry humped Hulk Hogan at Halloween Havoc 95. This right here is not the same Yeti that dry humped Hulk Hogan. This is his son. So
I would have worded it a little differently, but you know what? Honesty is the best policy.
I mean, that's what happened.
No, this is what happened.
I mean that's basically what happened. You know? Dude, immediately MVP is back down on the ground.
I get knocked down, but I get up.
Okay, they're never gonna keep me down. I'm getting knocked down, but I'll get up again. They're never gonna keep me down. I'll get knocked down.
And all of it can
sing the night away.
MVP, you need to show a bit more urgency here, brother. Yeah. I need you to show a little more urgency.
I mean, he's got a chair right now. That's an ounce of urgency.
To be fair, both of these old friends have fucking kicked the shit out of each other. And meanwhile, the Sexay Yeti is kicking the shit out of the side of that table. So, ow.
Who'd have knew that the Sexy Yeti, his opponent, not Hulk Hogan, not his greatest rival. No, it's the table.
To be fair, the Sexay Yeti did not fight Hulk Hogan. Let's get that straight. That's the Sexay Yeti. I mean that is the Yeti Senior.
That's the Yeti Senior. My bad. I apologize.
Of course, the Sexay Yeti's greatest rival is Santino Marella.
Oh no, obviously, duh.
And the second one is Mark Henry. It's always been Mark Henry.
It's always been Mark.
Even when Mark was a face, the Sexay Yeti Jr. didn't trust him. So the Sexay Yeti Jr. never trusted him.
Okay, I need someone to set up a table. Just saying.
Dude, I was about to say, we got like 3 sitting in the ring right now, and none of them are set up.
We got like 5 scattered around, like on the ground, like you just sit in a corner or something.
Going to back down here. He drops the elbow.
Yeah, the CPU just sometimes forgets that, you know, it's a gimmick match like this. Honestly. Okay, and now we're facing the Invisible Man.
I was gonna say, making sure there wasn't any interference from the Invisible Man.
Who famously retired the Sandman last week.
And they're still the Sexy Yeti. I hope he's getting a good leg workout.
I know.
You know?
He's over here making the most of the minutes, pal.
Yeah.
Yeti is still there. Dude, again, I think he's making the most of his minutes.
Yeah, Yeti's over there like, look, I get paid by the minute, all right? So I got to take as many minutes as I can.
Exactly. You know what? You get that bag, brother. So.
MVP.
Also, the Sexay Yeti famously not really liking wrestling, so he's over here just taking the piss. So. Yeah. Oh boy, here we are. Here's the move. What an opener, honestly. Look at this.
Right?
It's a blood feud to start out Monday Night Raw here. Okay. Ballin'.
All right, now set up a table.
No.
Set up a table. Now set
Or
up
just
a
use,
table,
or use your
just-
finisher, or do something, anything.
There you go, nut kick.
See, man, this right here is why you're not the WWE champion anymore.
This is why you were on a losing streak before R-Truth helped you out.
Exactly.
He's going back
Dude,
outside.
I really don't want this to be a fluke. You fucking bitch.
Hello, Mario.
Just put someone through a goddamn table. You got 3 of them right there. Do I need to take control?
Oh, fuck it, the sexy Yete's over there just doing nothing. Put him through the table. I don't care.
I can't take control, brother. I can't take control. Whatever happens here. Dude, the Yeti didn't dude, again the CPU glitches the match.
How dare they?
I just got word that the Sexayete got released from WWE due to lack of moving a table out of his way. We wish him the best of luck with his future endeavors.
A very tough. WWE wishes him the best with his future endeavors.
Yeah, I was literally gonna make that joke. Meanwhile, there are reports within WWE that the table's gonna get the mega push of a lifetime.
Holy shit! Holy fucking shit, dude! Wow, dude, you fucking bitch! Just put someone through a table.
For fuck's sakes, do something.
Hello, Mario.
This is the match that doesn't end.
It goes on and on to the end, except there is no end.
Ow! Put him through the table, you fucking bitch. Hi, Marion. How are you doing? Welcome on into the Endless Tables match. Where no tables get broken through any means ever. I thought he was about to put himself through the table. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I would have laughed if that
I
was
would
the
have
case.
popped
Like,
hard. I would have popped hard. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm telling you, that table's gonna get that mega push.
Dude, I'm telling. Okay, I'm gonna give this like 5 more minutes. Okay.
Yep.
I'm giving this
No,
like
that's
5 minutes to. So like, if they don't do it, if they don't finish this match by 9, whoa! Huh?
Oh.
If they don't, dude, the table's getting in the way of them not breaking the table.
That'll cause some damage.
Hi, Marion, how you doing? Oh, it's an Iron Man match. Like, look at that.
Oh,
They're
look.
using. Oh, hey, look, a table. I think that you should use that. Like, not even break it. Just fucking use it. Any of them.
Man,
wait, hold on.
Wait.
No.
That did it. MVP squeezing.
Like, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck your push, MVP. Fuck it. You can't put someone away. You can't put them away in a tables match. Fuck your push. Fuck it.
You had the sexy Yeti come out and give him the biggest bear
bear
hug
hug
possible, and you still can't get him through the table.
Like, you're not even trying to put him through the table. Whoa!
Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart Iron Man match ain't shit compared to this.
For fucking real, brother.
MVP.
God, I fucking
oh,
hate
God,
you, MVP.
So I'm going through this mess again.
You already put him through this, okay? We don't need to see it again.
For life.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Idea Maker. Was paying for it to get this sub they got from Morning Keeps to Marion Gray. Thank you very much, Idea Maker. That was very, very kind of you. On Boy Club for life.
Now there's a table in the court. Don't just stand there.
You guys got 3 minutes to wrap this up. I'm not gonna lie. You son of a bitch.
You
you fucking asshole. Go and get the table. There it is,
Hello,
right there.
Mario.
Thank you. Thank you. Fuck you, man. No. I'm overriding you. I'm overriding you. You son of a bitch. Wait, how long is this?
Signosis offers much the same experience with
Formula One racing.
In fact, the games are so similar that once again we question why this genre is so popular. We have yet to see any tracks that blow us out of our chairs.
Okay, I'm making an addendum. If they can't do it within, if they can't do it by 9:30, I'm skipping this match.
These games are supposed to be fun first and simulation second. Where's the creativity?
Formula One Iron Man.
A game where you have to find and drive to the
hospital before your wife delivers a baby. Now that would be fun. Rather than compete against other racers, you have to avoid getting arrested by keeping below the speed limit, obeying the right-of-way laws, and not tailgating. Any foul-up and the cops will pull you over. The best part is that you don't know how to get to your location. You have to read the road signs and hope you explore the right direction. Anyway, Formula One has nice colorful graphics and a large number of tracks.
17 to be exact, but it's still a jar.
MVP,
folks.
look what you've done to this Girafa.
All the way.
Look what you've done to this Girafa.
To this Girafa. Look what you've done to GirafaStev.
All right.
All right,
now.
All right, you fucking sons of bitches got 4 minutes to take this home.
Do you guys not know how a tables match
There
works?
are 4 tables. Pod. There are hosts. There are 4 tables in this ring right now. None of them are broken. None of them. Only one of them is set up. Look. Okay. Mark Henry seems to get with the program here.
We're making progress. We're making progress.
All right. We got 2 here. Can someone just put a guy through a table, please?
Put yourself through the table.
Someone's supposed to get their ass beat. They're supposed to. Now, whether that'll happen, well, you know, that's up there. Come on, please.
There's the suplex.
That wasn't even close. What are you doing? Okay, stand up in the corner. Okay, good.
Okay.
That's progress.
Okay, we're doing something here. We're actually doing it.
Take him to the corner. That's not the corner. That's
that
the
is not the corner, MVP. MVP, please. That's
okay. That's a table.
That's a table, but it didn't set him up.
Did not set him up. Okay, now take him to the corner or take him to the table.
Montel.
MVP.
Shitty overdrive.
He drops the elbow.
He almost tripped over the fucking table. God fucking damn it!
Okay, we have 2 tables set up and 1 set up in the corner. Someone break a fucker.
Please, someone clip that. Please. You guys have 2 minutes to wrap this up, by the way. Please, just do it.
Okay. We're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Big right hand.
That's not how that works. What are you doing?
Dude, no one gives a shit about your elbow. Just fucking get him through the table. No one gives a flying fuck.
Okay. There we go. Progress.
On that table, not where you want to be.
Oh no.
What was that?
Better than AEW Collision. Hey, you don't diss my boy Leo Rush like that.
Yeah.
Like fucking Leo Rush is my favorite golem-like creature in wrestling right now. Okay.
Fucking Blackheart Leo Rush can literally run circles around these motherfuckers.
And he'll do it on all 4s as well.
Exactly.
And that's on dicks. So, all right, please.
And the boot connects.
Anyone fucking do this. Oh my god, I thought for a second.
How dare I have hope? Okay, hold on. This could be it.
Dude, Mark Henry is menacingly approaching him.
Oh, come on!
You guys have like 1 minute to wrap this up. Okay? You fucking asshole. They're sentient and doing this on purpose.
his eyes.
You know what? We're cutting it short. That's that.
Just a dominating display.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think we could see a lot of punishment inflicted.
I mean, to be fair, this right here is like, listen, I'm looking at this. This right here is a blood feud, brother.
No, this is absolutely a blood feud, but like, let's make sure it's not a tables match when they blow it off, you know?
I was about to say, not just sit out and pray to God. No, I want to get to the bash this evening, brother. We're already 2.5 hours in this thing.
Freaking.
And I want to watch Chavo beat Ted Jr. Okay?
Okay, we're gonna let this play out. Come on, you got this.
No! No way! He did it! MVP!
Wait. Yeah!
Oh, and the Sexayete's gone! He made his way back!
That's what was holding him back!
How? How did that glitch it out? How? God, that was absurd.
I'm upset. I am offended. I want my money back.
What a start to Raw. That was fun. Can we go again? Fuck you, man.
That was once in a lifetime. At least when it comes to tables matches. Now we can begin the blood feud. MVP and Mark Henry versus the tables.
They join forces against the tables. WrestleMania moment. I mean, that was better than their first blood match. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I imagine because
sir, we ran out of TV time. There will only be one match on Raw tonight, dude. Well, congratulations to MVP continuing his winning ways here.
Yeah, two-match winning streak. That's not nothing. That is
not nothing. That might put him back in the conversation for titles. But we'll have to see how our next match goes here. It is, of course, the big one.
I was gonna say, we've got this is a match. This is probably one of the hottest tickets in town more than anything else.
Mark Henry and MVP's relationship has gotten even worse. Dude, my relationship with this game has gotten even worse. All right, cool. Well, yeah, we need to see this. We got to see this out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big money match you have been waiting for more than anything else.
Exactly. The #1 contendership for probably the United States Championship, I would have to imagine. It is Chavo Guerrero taking on Ted Jr. right here on Raw.
A lot of money on the line for this one, folks.
Coincidentally, this is also your main event because MVP and Mark Henry took up so much TV time.
Yeah, you can blame them. Sorry you didn't get a chance to see your favorite superstars.
Ooh.
Actually, who are we kidding? This is the main event everyone wanted. Who are we joking?
Hello, Mario.
I was your own personal soundboard. I was like, is the game glitching out? No, that was just okay. I thought I was going crazy for a second there.
No. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I fucking dare you.
Hold on. One more time, chat. Oh. I'm bald now, by the way.
I noticed.
And his opponent from West Palm Beach, Florida, weighing 238 pounds, Ted DiBiase.
There he is.
Junior.
Ted Jr. Ready to fucking crush my dreams right here.
He's ready to grab that bag in more ways than one, if you get what I'm getting at.
Dude, those Missouri or whatever whatever state that starts with an M. Those, dude, Mississippi? Okay, you're a fucking asshole, dude. No, it is Ted Jr., Bry. That's fucking Ted Jr. to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received word.
Oh boy.
This will now be a submission match.
That's fine.
Oh.
As long as it's not a tables match, okay?
The $1 Million Dream versus the Lasso. Here we go.
Oh.
And that one hurt his hand.
Here we go. Sorry, Jack Swagger can't say most milquetoast wrestler ever. Sorry, Jack Swagger can't say names. No. It's fucking Ted DiBiase Jr. All right.
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you disrespect?
Exactly.
Straight face.
You can't say it.
Well, you have to
Oh boy, here we go again. Get your coffee cups and energy drinks ready. Chavo just pulled a Liu Kang. He did. Dude.
Oh, there it is. Watch out here.
Dude. Fucking fingers up for Chavo here. I desperately want him to win this. If I could,
right?
I desperately need him to win this shit, dude.
Body part. Keep working it. Eventually setting up your submission hole.
But in the interest of fairness, I also gave Chavo, you know, a finisher, rather like a submission finisher here.
Okay.
So like he no longer just has pinning moves. So like he actually has a bit of a chance here. I figure giving him a submission move would probably be for the best anyways, so. Ted DiBiase's finisher is the Nepo Baby Knuckle Shuffle. Oh, it'll be huge for the industry, buddy.
Absolutely.
But which industry? I don't know. Oh, hello. A real fucking, you know what, I'm gonna blame that on Ted Jr.
How dare Junior do it?
For GCW. This will be big for JCW. What do you mean? I don't think Ted Jr.'s in JCW. Is he? There's no way.
So. I know he was at WrestleCon this past weekend or whatnot, but I don't think he was in GCW.
He drops the elbow.
He was not in the Immortal Clusterfuck last I checked. By the way, the Immortal Clusterfuck is my new favorite match post.
Oh, I've heard so many things about it. What was it, like 69 competitors going in or whatnot? Like
it was a very nice number of competitors, yes.
Absolutely.
It went on for 2.5 hours. Shotzi Blackheart won it. Yeah.
Yep.
It was a match that contained dinosaurs.
Yep.
Modern legends. Fucking Sleepy Ed, who is now my favorite indie guy. Anytime that there was a spot involving my bald head. Anytime that there's like a spot involving Sleepy Ed, the crowd quieted down and like the ring announcers also whispered.
That's great.
They're like, Sleepy Ed.
That's great.
It was the most fun I've ever had watching any wrestling match. And for that, it is my new favorite match of all time. It's
that
better
is valid.
I mean, like, yes, I've seen better matches in a traditional sense, right? But no match has ever been more consistently fun for so long as, you know, the Immortal Clusterfuck for me.
Oh, no, absolutely. Look, sometimes just because it's your favorite or whatnot, like that's all it needs to be.
You think you know Sleepy Ed equals Edge? It's like Edge asleep at the wheel, yeah. Hold on.
Here he goes.
Oh.
Okay, but he may not need to use his new finisher. He's got that gory bomb in.
He just scored in a big way with that gory bomb.
That was hello there, SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, Michael Cole.
He might make his opponent tap.
Dude, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Yeah!
CHAVITO heat.
Ooh! On this day, I sleep clearly.
Okay, I think we're crossing the streams. We're crossing the streams.
We are. I need some like fucking. I need to put a temporary cooldown on that. Make it so I can fucking finish. Because the way I have it implemented, it's like really scuffed. Ooh.
What a nasty hold that was.
Or at least make it so that it's not so spammable. Because that would get annoying. Here, I will do it, but only I may do it. All right.
There you go.
Only I may do it this time. He's going for the belt, brother.
Yes, he is.
CHAVITO Heat has reached new heights. All right, cool. Marisa Natalia's relationship, and everything is just and as it should be, right here. Okay, cool down. Cool down on it, guys.
Cool down. I need to use the bathroom like super duper quickly.
Okay, cool. I'll play an ad. This is a crazy main event here. What? I kind of want to skip this one though, chat, if I'm being honest with you. All right, we're going to run an ad here. See you all in a few.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
What can you do in 10 seconds? You can start chopping onions for an omelet. Or you can chop onions with eggs, chop ham and peppers, even grate cheese, all at the same time for the fastest, easiest omelet ever. In 10 seconds, you can open a can of instant soup, or you can make homemade soup from scratch, ready to heat and serve. In 10 seconds, you can begin grating cheese for a snack. Or you can grate cheese, shred chicken, chop onions and peppers to make a zesty filling that you can heat and serve for hot, delicious quesadillas the whole family will love. All three ready to heat and serve, all in 10 seconds or less, with the original Magic Bullet. The personal, versatile countertop magician that does any job in 10 seconds or less. Now you can do small everyday jobs like chopping garlic or onions without the sticky, smelly mess in just 3 seconds. Or grind whole coffee beans, coarse or fine, in just 4 seconds for fresh ground coffee every morning. Or even take that fresh brewed coffee, add ice, milk, and chocolate syrup, and blend up a fancy frozen coffee drink in just 7 seconds. The Magic Bullet does any job in 10 seconds or less, yet it takes up no more space on your counter than a coffee mug. And nothing could be easier. Just watch. Simply load your ingredients like tomatoes, onions, garlic, and hot peppers into the bullet cup. Twist on one of the specially designed bullet blades. Pop it onto the ingenious high-torque power base. Then simply press. And in less than 5 seconds, you've got just the right amount of zesty salsa. Garden fresh and ready to eat. Large bullet cup is even more versatile. Just toss in fresh fruit, ice, a splash of juice, and the Magic Bullet becomes a personal smoothie machine, pulverizing the ice and giving you a delicious, nutritious smoothie in just 8 seconds. Or add a scoop of protein powder for the most delicious meal replacement fat loss drink you've ever tasted. And because all the blades, bullet cups, and lids are dishwasher safe, the Magic Bullet cleans up in less than 10 seconds too. You could spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on a counter full of kitchen appliances that still won't do everything the Magic Bullet can.
All right, chat, hold on. This should work. Yep, you cannot. Yep, I added a 3-second cooldown to it, so that way it's not spammable. I don't mean to take away your toys, chat, but we need to keep this at least semi-funny. Alright. Well, what an episode of Raw, huh, chat? And I don't just want to skip to fucking, the bash. I'm looking at this.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Raw. But I was going to say that I don't want to just skip to the bash, but I'm kind of not feeling superstars at the moment, so let's just kind of go through this. Shawn Michaels versus Ted DiBiase. Shawn Michaels wins. The fall for Ted DiBiase continues, and you love to see it. Things are becoming as they should be once again. I'm sorry, why is Mark Henry higher up on the rankings now? He lost the MVP.
Seems like I came back at just the right time.
I added a cooldown to it. I added a 30-second cooldown to it. We'll see if I need to add more.
Yeah, I don't think 30 seconds is long enough.
If you guys are responsible with your toys, I will keep it. Jake Roberts versus Jack Swagger.
Jack Swagger.
We can watch this #1 contenders match again here between Punk and Taker. But honestly, like, I don't know, I'm not feeling this week here.
No, that's honestly, given how exhausting Raw was, that's valid. We can go through this week.
Okay, cool.
More than anything else, just get the highlights.
Yeah, we can get the highlights here. Jack Swagger versus Jake Roberts. And Jake Roberts wins! Ooh. And Jack Swagger's first loss in quite a minute here. Hold on. Let's see.
That means that the tides are changing.
The winds of change are coming, dude. Beth Phoenix versus Kelly Kelly, #1 contendership for the women's title. And Beth Phoenix wins that. Vance Archer versus Dolph Ziggler, the Murder Hawk Monster. And Vance Archer wins!
Hey, that's something.
He shot up in the ranks right there, dude.
There you
but I'm
go.
pretty sure that the IC title match is going to be Sheamus versus Shad, which
I'd be down for that.
Which honestly sounds base as fuck. And CM Punk wins the #1 contendership, so he could walk out of the bash as a double champion here.
True.
That would be insane. Oh my god. The rematch. It's MVP with the controller in his corner, taking on Zach Henry. What? Okay, I need to see this one too, I think. I need to see the dominance of Batista here.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason why Batista doesn't dominate.
This is a fucked up match here, by the way. Look
oh
at
no,
this.
that absolutely is. Yeah. I'll say honestly, I'm more intrigued by that main event. No offense to obviously the first match or whatnot, but like that main event, like God.
I have a bit of faith that this one will not have bullshit. So
okay.
So I'm gonna go for it.
I have faith in you.
Okay, good. Zack Ryder here going with the mind games in his red attire here. Because as he is Mark Henry's newest tag partner, he must now be Zack Henry. And the Control Arm will accompany him the ringside. This shit's gonna take forever to load. So the Druid is in the Nexus now? The Nexus doesn't exist, brother. That shit broke up within a month.
So are they? So is that the core?
It is the core of everything that I hate about this game, which is that it just breaks up my tag teams.
So the core.
We'll call them the center. Right there.
We'll call them the or. Can we get someone else or
the or? Can we get a different fucking faction or what? Because, dude, no, we can reform the Nexus, but it's just Wade Barrett, Justin Gabriel, and Druid.
There you go. That's what was holding. That's why Vince didn't want them to keep going forward. They forgot about Druid in the first place.
We'll call them the social outcasts.
Oh God. You say that, but I love the social outcasts.
These are the Costco guys. Indianapolis, my home turf.
There you go.
approaching the ring.
Dude, what is this touring schedule? We go from Maryland to DC to Indiana?
Ryder.
I mean, I've seen worse.
Rest in peace, Captain Howdy. I mean, last I checked, he was an uncle, brother.
Yeah.
Uncle of who? I don't know. Maybe he was all of our uncle.
He was everyone's uncle.
Exactly.
Uncle, uncle, uncle.
He's coming, brother.
I'm coming.
Oh, I'm coming!
And his opponent,
Mr. Opening of Raw himself, MVP.
from Miami, Florida, weighing 259 pounds, Montel Von
He's
Tavius
coming.
Porter, otherwise I came!
Yeah, that right there's Chavo, brother. Hey, hey, there he is, right there.
That's Chavo? Was that during the Kerwin White phase?
Why is he black? He better be coming. I've been waiting for him for like 30 minutes. Dude, we were waiting for him to put Mark Henry through a table for 30 minutes, I feel like.
Yeah.
But MVP, he has a chance to shoot up in the ranks again. Because his losing streak seems to be behind him. He's got 2 wins over his rival in Mark Henry. And a tag team win with R-Truth. So maybe he can find himself in a better spot here. You know, by the end of the night.
There's a party atmosphere.
I mean, plus it doesn't hurt that he has the controller in his corner.
with the controller in his corner.
Every match tonight is huge.
Including the Bellas.
I think I saw a tooth fly out.
I mean, to be fair, that match is pretty crazy for 2010. So
As we get
I still don't understand why WWE would have Kyrie, at least even though she had been involved in recent storylines. I don't know either.
It's best that we don't ask questions because otherwise it's gonna make our heads hurt at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Let's talk about booking that does make sense. All right, like for example, the controller being in this match is
Like the controller. Yeah. Mr. Dude, the Sir Superstar himself. The controller. Sir Superstars himself. The controller. Finally making some time to grace the B show Raw with his presence. So
yeah, I was gonna say literally the fact that he's even appearing on Raw is a gift and a blessing, and we should be in awe, especially supporting a fellow incredible wrestler in MVP.
Exactly.
MVP from behind.
Oh my god, no, I should have gave them match gear. That would have been sick. I should have given him and the controller matching shit. No, I do have matching shit for him. I gave him like a blue fucking like get up. So like I should have had him come out in that, but you know what? Listen, the tag team isn't official yet. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, he is.
The stable between him, Controller, and R-Truth are not official just yet.
No, absolutely. All right, here we go.
Such a determined superstar, really toughened up, in his words, early on in his life.
Ballin'. Nice. Dude, he may put Zack Ryder away here with gusto. Shitty overdrive. There we go.
And nobody does it better.
Oh, an additional stop.
Because it's very hard to do it worse, Michael. Wow.
He is MVP. I mean, he's half man and half amazing.
That's very true, but that doesn't explain his losing streak.
Well, he's not on a losing streak right now. He's on a winning streak. 2 wins. That is a winning streak.
It is in fact a winning streak. You gotta give it to him, but hopefully he doesn't blow it here.
In the immortal words of the great Winston Churchill, "Lobul adintio ignominious."
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit.
Zack Ryder always has game plans for his matches. Perfect Russian leg sweep.
I would love it if MVP was on offense for the entirety of this, only to lose to Zack Ryder. Like, dude, you could have pinned him, like, right after the overdrive, but you just didn't.
Oh, mama!
Come on, man. Wrap this up. Keep your winning streak going. Oh, hey, hold on.
There we go.
One, 2.
Two.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, Zach's getting a little offense in there. Come on, Zach Henry. Stand up for your brother.
Zach Henry, stand up for your brother.
MVP.
Okay, now you got a little too cocky.
Exactly. Oh, there you go.
That'll cause some damage.
Wait, to be fair, I'm pretty excited for that 1-on-3 main event.
That is definitely going to be a very interesting main event.
Is not going to back down here.
I really want to see if, like, Batista can get that big fucking win against, against the Nexus Core, right before, right before the pay-per-view. I mean, like, if we have the Druid in there, what is the name of this fucking group? I think we call it the Catacombs or something. I don't know.
Ooh, okay. I see the vision. I see the vision.
An elbow. And here's some more trash talking.
Or like the core of the Catacombs or something.
How about just the Catacombs?
just the Catacombs is their tag, is their faction name.
Yep.
Just the Catacombs. That's what Justin Roberts says on the mic when they come out.
I mean, Justin Gabriel's part of it, so I mean, it makes sense.
It is just, yeah. He is the just in just the Catacombs.
Exactly.
oh, the clergy.
Ooh.
Okay, well that's actually pretty inspired. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we'll see if anything comes of their match tonight. But first, let's see. 1, 2. Oh, but Zack Ryder's staying in this one. No, MVP's got to he's really got to capitalize here in the late goings.
Oh, and he's been eliminated from the Royal Rumble.
The donut hole experience. Sorry, Zach.
Let's. Oh god.
I don't like that. You know what? I enjoy the Cataclysm more.
And I'll tell you, King.
I mean, the donut hole experience just makes me want donut holes. So.
My opinion, the meanest thing about Ryder is that outfit. I mean, that's just painful to look at.
That is fucking all red, brother. That is in the word. No! No! What? Oh, the controller! The controller steps in! MVP, please!
I swear to God. Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna fucking happen.
No, please! Please! After all that work you put in! This would be so sad.
If you pull a fucking SVR Nostradamus here, I swear to God.
Nostradamus! No, dude, this is Nostradamus. The controller is Nosferatu. Here we go. Please, dude. Dude, what the fuck is even the point of that? They're never gonna kick out.
1, 2, 3.
I'm actually gonna kill myself, dude. I'm actually gonna jump off the Empire State Building. Are you kidding me? After all that work.
Zack Ryder.
MVP, you are the most confusing man in WWE right now.
You are so, dude. You had me in a chokehold with how confusing you are. What? To a swanton bomb on the Empire State Building. Dude, I just might. MVP and Zack Ryder are now enemies. I am enemies with you, MVP. With all that you've let me down. You build me up only to tear me down, brother.
R-Truth, there you go. Interesting.
The relationship. Wait. R-Truth and Tyson Kidd's relationship has gotten even worse. This will be the second time that Truth and Morrison are challenging for the tag belts at the pay-per-view. So we'll see how that goes. But first, I want to see how this goes right here. We have a 1-on-3 match featuring the WWE champion and the clergy.
Yep, the clergy.
Patootie Bird MVP versus one table win. We hurt people's brains with our inconsistency. No, dude, no kidding. Dude, I don't know if I should cheer for you or give up hope, but
both is an option.
Both is an option, but at least we still have Chavo.
We do have Chavo. There's the beast himself.
He's scheduled for one fall.
The world dominator.
290 pounds. He is the WWE champion.
There he is. This right here is the future that the Long Boy Club wants.
Chavo's just lurking in the background, waiting for his opportunity to strike.
Exactly. Ooh, Dave.
He's got that front row seat that Sheamus said earlier.
Dude, even when you're the #1 contender, you can't fucking just get into the locker room and watch. I'm sorry, we don't need you tonight. You could just buy a ticket. That's fine.
Opponent from Cape Town, South Africa, weighing 223 pounds, Justin.
I always forget he's from South Africa.
Yeah, he is. He seems like a very lovely person. Justin Gabriel. Who?
From Manchester, England, weighing 265 pounds, Wade Barrett.
Wade Barrett. I have never heard of this man in my life. Really?
How long have you been watching wrestling? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a good question. If you weren't there for like the 2010s, then yeah, you probably wouldn't know. But like I know about Justin Gabriel, so
yeah.
Or as he's now known as PJ Black. So him, Angelico, and Adam Rose are the only wrestlers I know from South Africa. Kofi Kingston. Who said that?
I would say, hey. Kofi Kingston's from Jamaica, remember?
I thought you were Jamaican. Dude, he stopped being Jamaican, remember? They fucking said he was from South Africa.
He's from Ghana.
What the? Oh. Okay.
That'll leave a mark.
Yeah, he's from Ghana, West Africa.
Controlling the waist.
You said that, or was it the homunculus putting words in your mouth again? I'm not fucking lying, brother. I know my shit. I like to... Wait.
Oh, that elbow's gotta hurt.
Hey, Wade Barrett's the most comparable guy to Batista in this match. If they tag in Druid, it's basically over. So...
Sends him flying to the outside.
Like, Druid is easily the worst guy in this game at a whopping 55 overall.
Yeah,
what
he
the?
wasn't exactly. Nope.
What the? Huh? Okay, cool.
Trying to get it. Drew wanted to get in there.
I did not put words in anyone's mouth. Dave Batista is from South Africa.
He is not from South Africa.
He is not from South Africa.
He is not from South Africa. We want Druid. He is future world champion. Dude, the founder of the clergy, Druid.
500 pounds. Imagine a man with that much force doing any type of move to you.
I mean, he's got the world. He's got the world on his shoulders, brother. He's carrying this fucking bitch. So, but Wade Barrett may have something to say to that. So, we'll see. Come on. I really want Batista to win this. I'm not gonna lie.
And a jaw-jacking punch.
That would be such like just a vulgar display of force there.
Oh, what a shot, Wade Barrett.
Speaking of, I need him to like get a vulgar display of force going. Here. Oh no.
And he tags out.
Well, they're fucked.
And that punch lands hard.
There is a whopping 40 overall difference between these two.
Wow, what a drop kick.
Y'all ever seen wrestlers in Zimbabwe wrestling on the ground? No mat, no nothing. Oh yeah, yeah. I believe I remember like Ugandan wrestling or something.
WWE Universe has to be on the edge of its
Is that like not a thing anymore? Because I remember that being all over my timeline for like a minute.
Here's the tag.
No. No way.
Batista.
Okay, I was about to say.
I was gonna say that match better not be over that quickly. Goodness.
Because I was gonna say, what a fucking what a fucking bad display from the world champion there.
Right.
Seems to be able to hit at will.
SGW is still a thing. They just fell the fuck off. Oh, okay. I don't know why it said. I don't know why the auto mod got the fuck.
Oh, look at this.
I mean, I say that all the time. I am the last person who should be auto modding that.
Oh, no, is the Drew getting in?
No, not yet.
Oh, I thought he was.
Oh.
Oh. Gabriel's just teasing the Druid at this point.
This is a very confusing display here from Batista. The WWE champion, dude.
Tremendous tenacity. I'm not sure I've ever seen this young man quit.
I mean, maybe he's been off a little bit more than he can chew with this match.
I mean, this is 1-on-3. If he's going to lose a match, it would probably be this one.
There it is.
So, but it would be a real tough loss to have right before the pay-per-view. So
it would. It would.
Justin Gabriel is
who books this
hooping.
mess?
Yeah, who freaking booked this crap, dude?
He game plans before every one of his matches.
Yeah, if it was me, Chavo would already have the belt. Oh, and the Druid is in.
Druid's in, dude.
Made a mistake here.
And this is this is no bueno.
And the crowd goes mild.
And the crowd goes, huh? The crowd goes, huh?
And the crowd goes, oh god, Vince is off his rocker again.
No kidding. Oh, there we go.
That's what we expected from Batista.
Dave does have that tendency. He almost took his head off with that lariat.
What? Okay.
Friendly fire, friendly fire.
I think it's a little interesting that the commentators literally refer to him as Dave at this time period.
That's weird.
Like, Dave has that tendency, and like when I hear that, it's like, oh, Dave, your next door neighbor. Like, he fucking tends to like leave his freaking garden tools on my side of the lawn.
Oh, hi, Dave.
Oh, hi, Dave. You left your hoe over here again. Sorry about that. I don't know why I
left your gardening equipment.
by that I mean your gardening equipment. I mean your gardening equipment. I don't mean anything else. The crowd goes, we prayed for this. We prayed for this and it happened.
And here's a cover. One, two.
I was about to say, Batista needs to like even the odds here. Otherwise, he's gonna fucking just.
Now it may just be a matter of time.
Okay, I thought that he was about to like nut blast him.
It's gonna go with that freaking one finisher that the controller had.
That the controller has, for fucking sure. No way! No way! No way!
No. Oh my god!
The lowest overall man in this game pinned the WWE champion before the pay-per-view.
This Sunday, Batista versus Druid 1-on-1.
Yes, give Druid a world title match now. Dude, I don't book this. Didn't Steph book all of this? I did not, brother. I'm just watching it.
It's brilliant. Let's get them in the match. Gotta do it now.
I want him to kill me right now. What the fuck,
I want the
dude?
Druid all over the billboards.
I want the Druid all over my dick right now. Ah, the music. The music. Okay, if they form a tag team out of this, I'm gonna flip shit. Wow.
Yeah, we got news.
Incredible loss. Upset victory. Drew defeated Batista in what was a Dave Batista and Goliath victory. In what was a David and Batista victory.
True.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you though, dog. I kind of want to just go the pay-per-view.
No, honestly, that's right. Or at least get the Smackdown.
Or at least get the Smackdown. Can Druid make it 2 for 2? No, he doesn't. He does not make it 2 for 2, brother.
Oh, but there is some news.
I want the Druid to piss on Brock. We do have to get ESPN to watch the Giraverse pay-per-view. Do we have to get ESPN to watch the Giraverse pay-per-views? Brother, I respect you. So I'm going to give you a 5% discount on that shit.
There you go.
Zack Ryder losing to John Morrison.
Dang.
And in the main, it's Ricky Steamboat versus Goldust, and Goldust gets the dub.
Goldust wins.
Goldust beat Ricky Steamboat, and it was a Dustin and Goliath victory. The Raging Climax not looking too good right now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Kane, okay, hold on. I swear, if Jack Swagger wins this one.
Wait, #1 contenders? I thought he had the belt.
He does. This is for the Intercontinental title.
Are you kidding me? Okay, we have to watch that match. That we have to make sure of that match. Unless it's a tables match. If it's a tables match, fuck it.
Dude, I'm sorry. Shad's getting robbed here. Shad's getting fucking robbed, and I won't stand for it. I'm changing that match.
Good.
I'm changing the match. I'm flipping the fucking script, brother, and I'm starting it now.
Good. As you should.
This feels like an opportunity to redeem a "We Want Tables" chant. You go fuck yourself, brother. We're gonna have a special inter-brand match here. It will be Yoshitatsu defending the Hardcore Championship against... I want to be a lower card guy.
Lower card guy. Fuck it. Give it to the Druid. No.
The Rock.
No. Do we got anything going on for Shelton Benjamin? Oh, he's on Raw though.
He's on Raw, but I can put him on here. That's all right.
That's good. Yeah.
Sure. Fine. We'll do it. Can someone defend the softcore title instead? Here, let's simulate this. And Yoshitatsu defends the Hardcore Championship against Shelton Benjamin.
Well, there you go.
It was a Yoshi and Tatsu victory. Dude, what the fuck happened to the quality here? What happened?
Cool got the win.
Dude, what happened to the quality of this picture? And Undertaker defeated, CM Punk. Unfortunately,
good old Pepsi Phil.
Looks like
tables.
Tables.
I gotta cut a promo on tables.
Hold on, I'm in the way.
I mean, unless you want to cut the promo on tables.
I'll tell you what I think about tables.
Okay, hold on. I gotta time you first.
Okay.
All right. Go.
I'll tell you what I think about when it comes to tables, all right? Tables, for the longest time, have been a cornerstone when it comes to society. They're the place that people can come around, really build relationships, really develop plans more than anything else. But tables these days, they've lost their way. There is no way that you can look at a table the way that you did 5-10 years ago and tell me that that is the same kind of table that you grew as a family with. That's the same kind of table that you developed the best friendships with. Those tables today, They ain't nothing. They ain't nothing.
Absolutely
All
not,
right.
Post. You fine if I jump in here?
Please go.
And tonight, we are setting the table for you, Triple H, but not for a meal, but for you to go right on through. We will set the table, and it's feast or famine here tonight in the Impact Zone, and it will be your last supper. If you smell what the Lawn Boy is cooking.
Yes, sir. I think we did good. I think we did good.
Great.
Oh, that's that triple threat is a very interesting. There are two
What?
different triple threats.
We got 2 triple threats here for the mid-card titles.
Interesting.
Okay, well, we need to watch all of this then. We have... Dude, we got a fucking incredible card here. Double booked CM Punk here. But no gimmick match. Actually, no. An Iron Man match in the main event for the for the World Heavyweight Championship.
That's brutal. Last man standing.
Last man standing. Tag team. Just a standard tag team match. CM Punk and Luke Gallows versus John Morrison and R-Truth. One-on-one. Melina versus Natalia.
Triple threat.
Triple threat for the U.S. title. An IC title match is Sheamus versus Shad Gaspard versus the Chosen One, the Scottish psychopath, Drew McIntyre. Hi, Zach, and hi, Oliver. How are you?
Oh,
that's my beloved, very silly orange cat, Oliver, right there.
Nice.
Dude, MVP's not even booked on this show. I mean, like, to be fair, he fucking lost to Zack Ryder, so, you know.
Yeah.
I doubt that Chris Jericho's walking out of here with the U.S. title, but we'll see.
I mean, we all know who we have our money on when it comes to that U.S. belt. If someone wants to play the sound effect.
Wait, what?
I said, I think we all know who we have our money on to win that United States Championship.
Okay, but we're gonna take a break here before we get started on this. We're gonna stretch a little bit.
That's fair.
So yeah, before we lock in for this show. Oh wait, hold on. I need to mute this. I need to mute this, otherwise we're gonna get claimed.
Ooh, ad.
Ooh, content claim. Why? Like thus said Zethra. I would not know what that is, brother. I feel like that reference is lost on me. I'm sorry. That reference is lost on me. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead. We are going... Oh, Ric Flair's theme song. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's because it's slowed down, dude.
Oh, WrestleMania.
No, not yet. It's the Bash.
I don't think we've seen Santino at all during this, by the way.
Look, he's off fighting crime, all right?
Exactly.
He's very responsible with his crime fighting responsibilities. You can't let crime run rapid on the streets.
He said it himself. He fucking guards the night. And when does wrestling happen? Mostly at night. You know? So like he's out there guarding the fucking night.
Exactly.
God, I need to... Dude, I wish that you could like put like custom bits and bops on wrestlers in this game because if I could, I would put Santino in like a superhero costume or like a detective or like a detective noir thing. So, yeah, we're gonna go and take a break here. stretch a little bit, and then we are going to get started with your main event. Here, in just a minute. Hopefully you've been having fun, y'all. Hopefully you've been having fun, Toon Post.
Oh, I've been having tons of fun. You kidding me?
Abso-freaking-lutely. I'm glad to hear it. We'll be back here in about 5 to 10 minutes, chat. See you on a few. Hello. Welcome back, everyone, to the bash. We have fucking tremendous card for all of you right here. It is 6 matches here.
Card.
We got a lot of talent here. It's pretty stacked. We got the WWE Championship as Batista takes on Edge in Last Man Standing. Perhaps the last stand here for Jack Swagger as he defends his World Heavyweight Championship against CM Punk in an Iron Man match. Those 2 matches will close out the show. But before that, CM Punk has to defend the Tag Team Championships with his follower, the disciple, Doc Gallows, as they take on John Morrison and R-Truth here. We have a Divas title match between Melina and Natalya. We have two mid-card title matches here for you. 2 triple threats as Chris Jericho defends against Zack Ryder and Chavo Guerrero, and Sheamus defends against Drew McIntyre. And kind of a bit of a dark horse here on this pay-per-view, Shad Gaspard. Yeah. Why does CM Punk look like Charles Manson? Because that's exactly what he was going for around this time. So.
Yeah.
Like, that was literally what he was doing now. So. Now then. I kind of want to have... Wait, hold on. Shad new attire. Huh. You know what? I could kind of fuck with that. Sure. And Drew McIntyre. Dude, I completely forgot that he shaved his head like this. What?
Right. It's so off-putting because you're used to the rose.
Exactly. I'm used to the pants. I'm used to the jeans. I'm used to the Timbs as well. So they still come. Oh no, dude.
Match is scheduled for one fall.
Maybe the new attire was probably a bad choice.
That looks like shit, dude.
It looks like a wannabe Shelton Benjamin.
Dude, if not for the Shad logo in the back, he would be ready for a friggin' he'd be ready for a young lion run. He'd be ready for a young lion run. Shaven Drew McIntyre is uncanny. I know, it's weird.
That too.
This is his singles gear. This is a very cursed matchup, dude. Honestly. I mean, now that I've taken him out of his Timbs, this is a very cursed matchup.
I say this is not Shad Gaspard. This is
Shad. This is shit Gaspard.
This isn't Shad Gaspard. This is Sean from accounting.
Sean, I'm gonna need those 401k evaluations on my desk by 4:30. Okay? Can you please do that? What is JTG up to? I think he runs his own promotion now, doesn't he?
I believe
either that or he's like still working the indies.
I know he does some like indie dates here and there. I've heard that.
He's probably my favorite wrestler that I've met in real life.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like he was working like, a local like shindy show in my area. I mean, my friend Zach in chat met him, and he signed Zach's copy of the SmackDown vs. Raw 2008 strategy guide.
That's nice.
That's fucking sick. Also, JTG, speaking of, he pulled a Drew McIntyre and just like increased his like weight size by a lot.
Oh yeah, just got
he fucking
ripped.
bulked up so much in the years since he was let go. So he fucking looks like a beast now. Wait, hold on. What? Okay, but Shad's just not involved in this, huh?
I'm ready for this. Wait a second. What's going on here?
What a sneaky attack.
I was about to say, I wasn't gonna... blinded. Yeah, exactly. He's just gonna get blinded and... Shad's just standing there now? Oh, no. Oh, no!
No, come on. Okay, Drew's up. That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
This one's about...
This is not over yet.
The will to win and leave here tonight.
All right, welcome to the bash, everyone. We're on to a rip-roared start here as Sheamus just absolutely decimates Shad Gaspard here in the opening moments of this match. Holy shit! Two Irish crosses right here. I know I told the stories before.
Now we can make this more of a competition.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, come on! Don't go for the town, man.
Dude. Man, fuck. Okay. Very nice dudes. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, I bet they're pretty nice dudes. I mean, like, you met them at a Carl's Jr. and they just signed your shit on the spot. So. Yeah. I mean, that's sick as hell. Like, that's really cool of them to, like, just do for some random kid in, you know, like a Carl's Jr. So.
I randomly met Johnny Gargano in the middle of the mall that I was working at.
When?
This was... When was this? I want to say, like, 2017, 2018.
Okay, well, he was in NXT by then, I think.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. So. And for context, I worked at a mall around Orlando, Florida. So, yeah, he was, like, around that area. Obviously.
Sure.
But it's literally like I was on my break, or I had gotten to work early because I had to take the bus to get there, and I'm just sitting at like a like a random bench or whatnot, and I noticed a guy walking by, and I'm like, is that who I think it is? I don't know.
Indeed, brother.
But then I see him walking back, and I have to get. I see him. I say, I'm like, hey, sorry to bother you. I just have to ask. Are you by chance a wrestler? He nods. And I was like, are you Johnny Gargano? Just nods more.
Like, you didn't say anything?
No, he like, obviously I said like the you know, hey, you're doing an incredible job. Thank you for what you do. He's like, thanks, man. I really do appreciate it. And then I got a quick photo with him.
That's cool. Dude, they're just bullying Shad Gaspard at this point. Look at this.
You know these superstars will
can we classify this as a hate crime?
Dude. Dude, I was about to say, whoa, holy shit. Dude, I was about to say, like, this right here, I feel is like targeted.
Yeah, I was
at this point.
Like, can we talk to someone about like race relations in WWE when it comes to this? Because this is not.
Yeah, we need to take this to HR real fast.
Yeah.
The situation is quite black and white. Man, dude, fucking now I want Shad to win this more than ever. No, look at this. Come on.
We're clearly teaming up now.
You are. Come on, you're not slick, brother.
Sheamus.
You just got clotheslined.
Sheamus.
Look at this. The third Irish curse onto Shad here. This man is getting beat to shit, and he wasn't even the one that got ran in on.
I was gonna say, you know, normally I'd say file this with HR, but I'm pretty sure HR at this point was just a shredder box.
HR at this point was just a filled. It was just like a filled phone inbox. So,
yeah, right.
Like anytime you try to call, they'll just say messages are full. Look at this.
At some point, like JTG's got to like come out. And
come
be like,
on,
I got your back. Come
enough of this.
It's
come on, Shad. You can,
isn't it?
What? Yeah, exactly. like when you lose the Tims, you lose your aura. I mean, like we know how this works. So.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. I say this situation is black and white. It's great.
It was never intended to be used.
No, I've not even thought about Carl's Jr. in like years and years before you fucking mentioned Shad and JTG just being in there and you meet them as a kid.
Well, he might have been losing some
oh my goodness. Okay.
He probably figured it would be better.
I was about to say, can these guys please just like beat each other? No, come on, man. Come on.
Not like that. Not like that.
Has the arm.
Can you guys just beat each other up for once for like 2 seconds?
Oh, there's the save. How close was that? I guess he's done with that move.
Yeah, but what's he gonna do next?
But no, now I want Shad to fucking win this more than ever. So,
right. Oh.
And with this being a triple threat, I would say he has a chance, but he just needs to stay focused.
He has at least a 33 and a third percent chance of winning.
He does at least have that.
Look at this.
But is he a genetic freak? Honestly, I don't know if he is. In terms of big hosses, he looks pretty normal to me. So,
I mean, you know, I'm sure he'd have a better chance if Kurt Angle's in the match because he knows he can't beat him. He's not even gonna try.
I mean, we already talked about this. It's the lack of Tims, you know.
It's the lack of Tims.
Sheamus. Oh man, there's that devastating.
God,
boot
yeah,
from
flashbang us
That's
more.
it.
Why don't you?
1.
That's it.
2. Yeah. Sheamus retains.
I mean, on the bright side,
Shad wasn't the one to get pinned.
Took the pin.
Yeah.
So we can't really fully call this a hate crime.
No, no, we cannot take this up with HR. Sheamus has
narrowly
negative
avoided
melanin. JTG has written $3 and even created an app. Good for him.
Oh, nice.
Is he a software developer? Like, what is he?
I guess.
Like, what is the app he created? Still the IC champion, Sheamus.
The Intercontinental Champion, the Celtic Warrior, Sheamus.
King, if that happens,
I mean,
today, we're going to have a new champion.
Brother, what are you talking about? It is Sunday.
Hold on to it after this Sunday.
It is Sunday. This right here was the chance for a world champion. I mean,
It was indeed Sunday.
I want to say congrats to Sheamus, but he kind of... I mean, like, that just felt really fucking weird there. Because he started out by attacking Drew McIntyre. It was a hot start, you know? And then they just ganged up on Shad. And then he just did his big boo on to Drew McIntyre. So...
Yeah.
So I guess congrats to Sheamus. Still your IC champion here. Well, let's see.
Let's get to the real main event.
Sheamus and Drew McIntyre are now enemies. Okay, well, how about this? Shad's still the #1 contender, so he may still have, like, a claim to a one-on-one match with him. We'll see, though. I'm surprised that we're not getting the rematch between Jack Swagger and CM Punk here. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, clearly there was the #1 contendership match that CM Punk somehow won.
Well, no, I know that, but like if I were booking this, I would book Undertaker in this freaking Iron Man match.
Oh, absolutely.
You know? Like, especially after he freaking got chumped out by Jack Swagger last month. This right here is an overdue rematch, but whatever, I suppose. Okay, so I feel like this right here is the culmination, okay? So we need to fucking have a throwback here. It is blue WCW attire as Chavo Guerrero and Zack Ryder go up against Chris Jericho for the United States Championship. Jericho has held this belt ever since the Royal Rumble. So it's been a pretty long reign for him. But will the numbers game prove too much for him? Here we are. Let's fucking do it. I don't know. I'm going off Wikipedia. It's an app that creates audio memes. What?
Interesting.
Not like AI, right? Hopefully not. There he is.
The following triple
Your United States champion.
for one fall. And is for the United States Championship.
I'm gonna prepare it.
Introducing first, the United States Champion, Chris Jericho.
Chavo Guerrero saying that he would put his ECW title up on the line in this match too, ultimately making this a unification match. Oh my god. There he is.
From El Paso, Texas, weighing 215 pounds, he is the ECW champion, Chavo Guerrero.
There he is, brother, with his big ol' silver eagle. Thoughts on this design for the title?
It was a choice.
Because I have truthers in chat that are like, you know what, I like this version of the belt. But like, I don't know, to me it's like too sanitized for like what ECW is.
Well, I was gonna say, the belt itself is a fine design.
Yeah.
It's just what it represents. If it was any other brand than ECW, it'd been fine.
Mm-hmm. Like, I can see this being a good mid-card title, so.
Exactly.
I mean, I like, you know, mid-card titles that are silver, so. Or at least, like, one precious metal below the world title, you know?
Yeah, no, right? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. That's just a giant champ away from looking very similar to the modern U.S. title belt.
It is, yeah. It's not a bad tile design. It's just not good for ECW. Exactly.
Exactly.
If it said something like, you know, the World Ligma Champion, and it kept the same design, I would think that's a good belt for the World Ligma Champion. So, but if I were ECW, I'd be like, no, absolutely not.
Who's the World Ligma Champion?
MVP. At this point, it's MVP. I'm sorry, but at this point, it's MVP. He's let me down too much. The Control R versus Druid for the World Ligma Championship. Okay, well, that deserves a My Way package, brother.
Oh boy, look at the gold. This should be an outstanding match.
Just completely blocking Chavo, robbing him of his moment. Thank you, Jericho.
He'll have his moment in the end.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. Chavo, it's your time, brother. Go do it.
Or submission wins, and we talked about this earlier, King.
Typical Jericho heel move.
Hold back and let your opponents do the work for you, then pick up the scraps, so to speak, when opportunity knocks. Oh! Jericho.
And to be clear, I did increase Chavo's stats in this match already, too. Because he started overall as a 78, but I figure if he's going to compete on this level, then he should, you know, be statted as such. So now he is 84 overall instead of 78. It's so like he isn't unbeatable, but he is not as easy to beat now.
Great athleticism.
I figured that was viable considering where we're going with this. So
absolutely. Let's go, Chavo.
Ooh, Chavo. Ooh, Chavo. Ooh, Chavo.
Chavo.
Ooh, Chavo. Ooh, Chavo. Ooh, Chavo.
Still to come, King, is what should be a phenomenal.
So many Chavito maniacs in chat right now.
Again, this one's about the United States Championship. What a nasty elbow.
That's very true, Michael. Hold on. Just a second here.
I love it, Michael.
Hard shot to the back of the skull.
Chavo, I need you to lock in. Dude, same. Fucking same, brother.
Zack Ryder always has game plans.
So I think that after this, when we're done here tonight, I'm gonna probably catch up on AEW in my server. Because I've not watched this week's, you know, like AEW shows. And I heard that Darby and Tommaso had an incredible match. Shock of shocks.
That's why they call it the championship.
Surprising, two amazing wrestlers have an amazing match.
I know.
Still keep the title.
Hey, you know what? I will own up to what I was thinking before. I was a little worried that Tommaso would come in a little washed. He has shut me up. So
yeah, he shut everyone up really fucking quick.
He has shut me the fuck up.
One way or the other.
Oh.
What can I say? He's fucking awesome, and also his theme song makes me think of Ford truck commercials, too. You get that, dude? I just feel like getting that 0% APR financing when I fucking hear that music.
And that's a stiff kick.
That'll cause some damage.
Oh, there you go. Chavo looking for the right opportunity to strike.
Man, dude, dude, Tommaso Ciampa's got that brand new get 0% APR financing for 24 months where you get a new Ford, F-150.
I mean, that's just.
My shadow knows my story. Get 0% APR financing for 2 years when you buy a new Ford F-150.
See your local dealer.
See your local dealer. Yeah, exactly.
Force off that slam.
My friend Whoops says it makes him think of like a barbecue sauce commercial, which I think is also an incredible shout, but it's still fucking awesome either way. The Three Amigos. Dos. Trace to the Ayatollah. Oh, and Zack Ryder swooping in to capitalize before Chavo can get anything off.
Almost took his head off with that lariat.
Come on, Chavo.
Watch it.
I was about to say, like, he almost took his head off. Meanwhile, he hits the back.
Right.
Orthodox offense.
I don't know if I'd say that's unorthodox as much as it is innovative.
I don't know, man. The friggin' grazing the shoulder blade with the clothesline was pretty innovative. So,
innovation at its finest.
Exactly. No one does it better than Zack Ryder.
Of course.
Chavo sucks, chant.
They don't know what they're missing out on.
Exactly. The fine folks in what city are we in?
The WWE Universe
in Bashville, USA.
Bashville, USA. We're in Winnipeg, you idiot.
Yes, the Bash, formerly the Great American Bash, and checks nuts, Winnipeg.
Oh no! Oh no! Zack Ryder! Zack Ryder!
Come on, Zack. There you go.
Oh my gosh! Boston, Massachusetts at the Silverdome, brother.
Superstar Zach Jericho. Wham! What a code break.
Oh! Busting him open right there. Oh my god. Zach!
Zach, stop the taunting, dude. There
Stop stretching, dude. You should have stretched before the match. Get in here. You should have fucking stretched before the match, you chode. Get in here.
Chavo's gonna be like, I got a concussion.
Okay, well, dude, now do you want to say Chavo sucks?
Knows what Zack Ryder is capable of.
I absolutely.
Showing me a lot of what he's able to do.
I absolutely would not say that about him. Dude, they just do so much standing and nodding. You gotta capitalize.
Yeah.
You gotta capitalize, dude. They're ganging up on you. Oh, hey! Wow, okay.
Oh, we getting 3. No, wait.
Chavo Guerrero is super underrated.
Everyone sucks in this match.
Jericho's, dude. I mean, we have a heel versus heel match, so I'm not so surprised by that. Everyone in this, dude, everyone in this match stinks, is what I'm hearing.
Again, no countouts. These competitors can do whatever.
Ryder!
Zack attack.
Wow, that's awful. That's awful, dude.
Yeah, I genuinely forgot about that finisher.
That looks like it hurts you more than your opponent, I feel like, especially on the outside.
As there are no countouts.
Like the Zack attack. Yes, it's Zack that gets attacked.
Yeah.
In that instance.
Well,
Chavo Guerrero is super underrated. I mean that's what this universe mode would leave you to believe. I would say that in real life he is perfectly rated.
He's perfectly rated.
I would say he's perfectly rated. But in our case it's fun. So we're fucking over here gassing him up the whole time. Reverse overdrive is only slightly better than the overdrive. I would say it's, you know, I'd probably agree with that, because instead of landing on your face, you're landing on your back. Because with the normal overdrive, you're just fucking landing on your nose most of the time.
The other WWE superstars, frauds.
Well, Jericho doesn't think anybody's the real
What is the consensus of Chavo IRL? I think that the consensus is that he is one of the wrestlers to ever exist.
I was just gonna say point blank, he's fine.
He is one of the wrestlers of all time.
Has a tremendous championship drive. Not only was he the first undisputed champion,
Not super great, but not super bad either. So.
in WWE history.
Oh, Tulsa World Backbreaker.
Oh, I felt that at the base of my spine.
From Chavito Heat. Come on, Chavo. Oh. At least that move looks like it hurts the opponent. Zack attack is a reverse overdrive, by the way. No. I know what you're saying. I mean, it still looks like shit. And honestly, if he's gonna continue to be in pay-per-views, I might give him something else.
Yep.
Oh no! Not the steel step! Oh. God damn it, 2007 Michael Cole. Oh.
Oh man, what impact from that suplex!
Dude, this audience is fickle. They were like, Jericho sucks 2 minutes ago, and now they're like, let's go Jericho. Man, this really is Bashville, USA. You're right. Only here would you have this kind of shit.
You know who they haven't said has sucked yet? The American Zack Ryder.
The all-American Zack Ryder.
Even though, if I remember correctly, Chavo's from El Paso.
Yeah, but he's still like, you know, Spanish-American, so.
Uh-oh.
Actually, no, I'm pretty sure he's just Spanish. I would have to check his profile. Hold on.
Either way.
I mean, now you have me curious.
Jericho's a very religious man, Michael.
He's roll up.
This could be
it.
What?
I'm standing there.
Okay, I was about to say, holy shit. You're giving me a heart attack here, dude. So he was born. Okay, so yeah, he was born in El Paso, Texas. So he is Mexican American.
Got it.
Got it. That one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for.
Oh, this is your chance, Chavo. No,
Chavo.
Go back in there.
Oh no! Chavo's concussed. He has nowhere to go.
maybe his brain got a little too busted open.
Dude, his brains are scrambled here.
Has held the world championship on several occasions. And he lights up his chest with a chop. You hear how?
And now he holds the U.S. title.
Do with that as you will.
Is would you consider that a downgrade? I would just call it a grade.
Jericho says what he regrets is that he can't be out in the audience watching himself.
Yeah, this is. I'll be honest, this match is really falling apart a little bit.
Yeah, this is certainly the match.
To turn him again, and there it is, back into the walls of Jericho.
Okay, that's great. You're not inside the ring though.
So that's to say, I don't think this is false count anywhere, right? Wait, maybe it. Hold on.
Okay, never mind.
What? Huh? Match rules. Win condition. Pin and give up.
Rope break on, no counts. I'm
not seeing any.
False counter is off. It's that there.
Okay. Okay, well then why did the ref go outside the ring then?
That elbow's gotta hurt. Ow! Hard kick.
Because I was about to say, I thought this was a normal.
Ouch!
I thought this was a normal triple threat. Oh no. No. Chavo. Oh shit. And they're ganging up on the champ here.
Yes, the Americans ganging up on the Canadians.
Americans ganging up on Canadians, yes.
There's the cover. Can he do it?
Come on, Chavo.
And he breaks up the count. My God, there's so much on the line here.
I mean, I'll say this is much more competitive than the other triple threat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. At least it's a fair competition between all three instead of racial profiling.
God damn it, Chavo!
Wait, no, okay. I thought he was going for the pin. I'm like, oh, is that it?
Dude, do I think that we're at a point now where like if we're in a situation where like 2 guys are down and 1 is up, this match is over. So, oh wait, speaking of, one, 2, CHAVITO! CHAVITO, he's running wild here in. Wait, where the fuck are we again? Bashville, USA! He did it! Holy shit!
Do you believe in miracles? Yes!
The boyhood dream has come true for Chavo Guerrero! And you know that Cousin Eddie is smiling down on him from heaven as he wins the same belt that his cousin won.
Exactly.
Congratulations to Chavo Guerrero. You may want to get backstage. That gash is looking pretty bad.
I think there might be an infection going on with that thing. I mean, I'm no doctor. You might want to see a doctor just to be sure.
What a fighter, Chavo Guerrero.
Hopefully you'll remember this win like 5 years down the line.
Snapping a win from the jaws of defeat. Chavo Guerrero is your new United States champion and officially unified with the ECW championship.
I cannot emphasize this enough.
Fucking go. I mean, just incredibly based, dude. That's insane. He got blood on his tit. Dude. Again, snapping a victory from the jaws of defeat. He had so much CTE at the end of this match, it doesn't make any sense. So...
He had so much CTE, I bet you couldn't spell CTE.
Yeah, exactly. But he did it. He absolutely did it. And now we have a new United States champion. I can't believe this. Honestly, I can't fucking believe this. Chavo Guerrero has won the United States Championship.
As it should.
And with that, hold on. Vacate the title. He is now your United States champion. All right, great.
As it should.
So, like, I'm wondering something, right? Because depending on who has a title, they get a special ring introduction. I doubt that they recorded anything of the sort for Chavo Guerrero holding the U.S. title. So, but I would like to be wrong about that. I want to check real fast. we gotta put the show on hold. We gotta put this show on hold, rather.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a quick little dark match going on.
It's Chavo taking on goddamn
John Morrison.
John Morrison.
As he's one of the champion.
As he's one of the champions at Night of Champions. Okay.
He is indeed one of the champions.
Holy fucking shit. Wow. Dude, I'm actually fucking stoked. Also, hi, Woos. How you doing? Now listen. This is not for the U.S. title. I'm literally just checking something.
This is just a showcase.
This is just an ECW match. I mean, you're right. You're very right about that.
Well, you are right. You didn't need to say it out loud, you know?
I was about to say, this right here would be the ECW title match, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was an ECW title match at some point.
Exactly. I mean, Morrison is pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh no, Morrison's incredible. Should have gotten way more opportunities.
And he also just seems like a really fun wrestler too.
No,
I enjoy his commitment to the bit of I'm just gonna change my name everywhere I go, and you know you're just gonna have to deal with that. So, wait, why is the WWE Championship up there twice?
And his opponent from El Paso, Texas.
Wait, no way.
Weighing 215 pounds, he is the WWE United States Champion. Chavo Guerrero.
No way! They recorded a unique intro for him.
Yep.
They knew he is the WWE United States Champion. John Morrison, Mundo, Impact, Elite, TV. Be jealous. I did not expect them to record a unique thing for Chavo Guerrero. I don't even think he won this title in real life. So,
I don't think he did either.
so the fact that they recorded one for a fucking title he never even won is insane to me. Wow. What a warrior. All right, cool.
Trooper.
All right, cool. I'm happy. I've seen what I need to see.
All right, match over. Everyone go home.
Go home, you chodes. All right, here we go. All right, it is now time for the Divas Championship. I'll be honest.
All right, who we got?
I think we got Natalya taking this, honestly.
I can see that.
That
especially if she can get some interference from her fellow Hart Dynasty fellows.
I kind of doubt that that's going to happen considering how this game is, but maybe, I mean, you know, this fucking game has surprised me once tonight. Maybe it can do it again. So,
the following contest is for the Divas Championship. Approaching the ring from Los Angeles, California, she is...
That made the pay-per-view worth it. Yes, Natalya is still in WWE.
Oh, yeah.
She was actually on the final Josh Barnett's Bloodsport. So...
Yep.
Or at least the most recent one. I don't think it's final, but they're kind of taking a break from it.
Yes. It's kind of final for now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, someone else could pick it up, and I kind of hope. Oh, Jesus! And I kind of hope they do, because I actually really like Bloodsport. So
yeah.
Although much like Deadlock Pro Wrestling, I kind of discovered it a little too late, because my first one of Bloodsport was currently the last one. So. Much like with DPW.
God, watch this sooner.
Mm-hmm. In the case of DPW, I got into it when a DPW Fire and Spark were happening, and then I kind of fell out of it. And then I got back into it when I realized, AEW's not really doing it much for me right now, so maybe I'll try out something else. And I wanted DPW to be that something else. Unfortunately, by the time I started watching it, they announced, hey, we're going on a definite hiatus.
Yep, unfortunately.
Which really was just a kick in the nuts. But that's the price I pay for fucking not getting into stuff when when they're around. So I could have been the one to say fucking DPW post, and I didn't.
You could have. How dare you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Johnny.
That's what it's all about.
I'm sorry, Big Dick James Darnell.
Right there.
Oh no! I fuck up. I'm sorry.
I fucked up the cobblestone generator.
Oh no.
So here we go with this one-on-one match. You can win by pinfall.
All right, here we go.
Scoring or disqualification.
Got big old fucking Divas title match here. This randomly reminds me of when Edge and Beth Phoenix were in a scuffle against someone else, and as they walked away from the ring, Edge grabbed Phoenix's booty.
Yep.
Oh man.
I remember that. I think they were doing a scuffle. Was it against? It was either Miz and Maurice or Dom and Rhea. One of those two.
I was about to say, was this like during Edge's last WWE run?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Gorgeous. Oh, geez, lights out.
Later on, under a picture of that, Beth Phoenix said, "Now go to horny jail." I would never expect Beth Phoenix and horny jail to be in the same sentence. That's so based. Oh, that, you know what? I love that. That's fun.
She's smart, sexy, and elbow drop.
I absolutely just like love when they're able to have fun. You know, when they're able to have fun like that. Also, question. We had a women's title #1 contenders match, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is that match?
Where is that match?
We can't have 7 matches on this card, dude. We only got room for 6.
Look, all right. Obviously, we had to make sure there was plenty of room for Chavo, all right? So there were some casualties in the crossfire.
You know what? That's very fucking fair. Okay, I was about to say.
I was about to say as well.
That would have been quintessential Divas era women's match, you know.
Again, and I thought WrestleMania Night 1 had the disappointing women's matches.
Dude, fucking, I couldn't believe what they did to Stephanie Vaquer.
Again, the Diva Championship on the
I couldn't believe what they did with all the women's matches. Like, Jesus.
I know. They had a big fucking Crypto-Czar man stand in for Jade and Rhea Ripley. They only gave, you know, Stephanie and Liv like 7 minutes. And what was it? Like they had
They're sexy.
Sorry, they had the women's tag titles.
Right now they are competing for the Diva Championship.
In that 4-way match, which, you know, that did have the return of Paige, which honestly, chat, I think ever since her first run has been pretty mid. I mean, I'm colored because I'm an AEW fan and I saw all of her run and she fucking was stinky poo-poo over in AEW.
Yeah, that's valid. No, I was gonna say, like, freaking, like, if I remember seeing a statistic that, like, all the women's matches on the first night combined was, like, 24 minutes, which was less than, like, the entrances for, I think, the Cody and Randy match.
That is shameful, honestly. No, I don't think they're going back to the Diva era. I feel like that they have, like, you know, more, you know, in the tank. Like, for one thing, they didn't just have, like, 1 women's match and then call it a night. They had, like, 3 on the first night and 1 on the next night, but that's still, like, 4 out of 13 matches were women's matches.
And the one on the second night was at least a significant more time than the other 3.
Mm-hmm. In terms of match time, oh, okay, yeah. Maybe. No, I wouldn't say that. Because, like, when you're talking, like, Divas matches, you're talking, like, 3 minutes or less on pay-per-view at WrestleMania, you know? It's just kind of, you know, like, it was a running theme, like, you know, not even just with the women. The matches at WrestleMania felt largely just like TV matches.
Yeah,
you know, like, they didn't even feel like WrestleMania matches. The only one that I would say got close to that. Oh, hey, hold on. 1, 2. Oh, man. A lot more near falls here than I expected.
Oh, what a painful kick.
But no, I would say the only match that felt like a Mania match was Roman and Punk. Everything else is everything else just kind of felt like filler, you know?
I will I will say, at the very least, when it came to night 2, that one felt more like a Mania. Maybe not like a top 10 Mania, but it actually felt like a Mania. Like night 2 salvaged the entire weekend because the Oba Brock match was exactly what it needed to be. The IC championship match was actually fun. It was a lot of fun to see all that shit, especially with like, you know, fucking Ray showing why he should still do what he does at 51 years old. I mean, you got 19-year-old, or it's not 19, like, what was it, like 21-year-old Javon Evans doing what he does?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, those two alone were like worth the price of admission more than anything else. Obviously, like the Roman. Oh wait, hold on. 2. That's all she wrote.
I mean, Ray doesn't even really wrestle all that much now, so.
No, he doesn't. I mean, to be fair, he had been injured like up until like a couple weeks ago. So. But even then, still, like, what was it like?
We're just getting all the near fall attempts here in the replay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Was like we you know, we got all these other wrestlers like John Cena, AJ Styles, maybe Brock or whatnot retiring in like their mid to late 40s. Meanwhile, here's Ray at 51 years old being like, I'm gonna fucking launch myself from the top rope onto this ladder that's held up by Rusev.
He's insane, and that's why he's the GOAT.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's why he is my GOAT.
I mean, again, those 2 matches were good. The Dom Demon match was fun more than anything else. Like,
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, and like you said, fucking CM Punk, Roman Reigns, top-notch match. More than anything else. It was exactly what it needed to be.
They worked the kind of match I would expect out of a WWE pay-per-view main event. You know?
Exactly.
Dude's going on, what, 30 years of wrestling? Over 30 years at this point.
Yeah, over 30. Keep in mind, like, people talk about his biggest match or whatnot being in, like, October of 96.
Well, you know, 97.
Was it 97? I thought it was 96.
No, that was 97. That was the one with Eddie.
Well, even then, like, yeah, but even then, it's not like you got there and, like, you had just started wrestling. Like, he had been wrestling a good couple years well before that match happened. You're proud of seeing Chavo there, aren't you?
I'm so, dude, we fucking built this man from the ground up. Okay.
Brick by fucking brick.
We built this man brick by brick, and now he's at the top of his division. So and he gets a special title fucking announcement. What more could you want? Anyways, let's fucking get to the second half of this. This second half is going to be a story in and of itself, because now here we are. We got our 2 CM Punk matches here. Not back to back, but we'll have one and then, you know, another one later on. In their Fantastic Four gear, they're going in to defend their tag titles against the men of the hour, John Morrison and R-Truth. Honestly, you know what? This might like be more visually pleasing once I see it with my own 2 eyes, but hold on. I want to see like how this comes together here. But no, like the only match for WrestleMania that felt like this belonged here was Roman and Punk, because like that one, like no joke, actually had me really engaged. And I'm kind of at a point right now where like, for me, it doesn't exactly matter what WWE does. They're not really gonna make me fully engage earnestly in anything now.
Yeah, exactly.
But CM Punk and Roman Reigns was the closest I got to actually being earnestly engaged in a WWE match. So you know what? Good job, boys. you did something. You did something right.
From Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 220 pounds.
Well, you know it had to do something whenever Meltzer gave it 5 stars. You know how hard it is for Meltzer to give 5 stars to a WWE match these days?
That's very fucking hard. It was, I mean, it was hard, like, 20 years ago. So, it was hard 20 years ago. It's always been fucking hard, it feels like. So,
Well, again, for WWE, meanwhile, you look at New Japan or
like
it's
AEW, and
month.
he hands those
It's
out
every
like
other month,
candy.
5-star.
Yeah, he hands those out like candy sometimes.
5-star.
Which, to be fair, Hangman and Will Ospreay is 5 stars worthy. So.
Oh no, like they're obviously worth it. I'm not saying that they're not worth it. It's just it's always funny to see that, like, you know, 5-star. Meanwhile, WWE 4 3/4, 4.5.
I mean, listen, man, he fucking has taste, as does everybody. So.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie. When Punk got into the ring, I thought that was Paul Heyman right there for a second. Like, wait, huh?
Paul Heyman is in the Straight Edge Society. All right. I want to see the thing gear. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know about this.
You know, an attempt was made.
An attempt was made to color coordinate this shit. I don't know about this, brother. This is a little nuts.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something and you're gonna hate me for saying this. Freaking Barney's wife Betty from Flintstones. That's the vibe I'm getting from
Flintstones. The Flintstones. Granddad. Wow, that's a shout, brother. Holy crap.
Introducing the challengers, John Morrison.
Uh-huh.
And R-Truth.
Uh-huh.
What's up?
Oh, hey, guys, what's up? Hey, what? Hey, guys, what's up? I'm John Morrison. Or maybe this week I'm Johnny Mundo. I don't know. I'm figuring it out. Maybe we should have gone with blue camo after all.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we could have given him like a dark orange thing, you know?
I would say, or like, you know, the blue pants with like maybe just a I was gonna say like the white singlet or whatnot, but that looked way too much like
Morrison set to kick things off in this one.
I mean, we can like workshop it a little more, you know? Because if we're gonna keep this tag team going, then I feel like this is still worth experimenting with. Plus, also, the blue needs to kind of match up with Punk too. So.
And he finally gets out of the ring.
Because otherwise, it just looks like a bootleg, you know?
Yeah.
Like CM Punk looks like a Fantastic Four mark.
Well, he'd love to stop his opponent's momentum.
Luke Gallows looks like he's a supportive friend. That Luke Gallows looks like that he fucking dressed up to be supportive to his friend. Oh my god, dude! Immediate ref bump in this match.
With the arm.
Like I said, freaking Gallows like, I'm just here for the food.
I'm just here for the cheese sandwiches and catering, brother.
Oh wow!
I'm a very simple man. I'm a very simple dude.
That was like a freight train.
Catering is fantastic.
A stiff axe handle.
Just ask Ray Fenix. Ask him, dude.
The guru of greatness is having a little fun here.
Hello, Mario.
Ref bump, and what the hell is the blue? When the blue hell is Gallows wearing? Well, it's supposed to be a tribute to the Thing, Dark Raven, but I don't. Yeah, from the Fantastic Four, but I don't think it came out looking so good because, you know, I was going for like a Reed Richards and Ben Grimm sort of thing going on here, but I don't really think it's showing through. So we could try it again. Yeah, we could try it again. We could workshop it. So.
He catches him with the axe handle. Oh!
Because I won't lie, the Reed Richards and fucking Ben Grimm stuff sounds really cool to me, and I don't want to give up on it.
Oh no. The idea is great in concept. I sincerely hope you can find a way to make it work. It's just the execution was questionable at best.
Mm-hmm.
And he has to make a tag.
All right. Yeah, Morrison is just getting fucking mollywopped in this match. He needs to tag out.
Yeah. Where's R-Truth when you need him?
I mean, he's right there on the apron, so.
now he's back out on the apron.
Oh wait, what? Okay.
Here goes Punk.
No way. No way.
Oh.
What? Okay. Our truth.
I love object permanence.
Our truth fucking. Oh hey. What was that from our dude? What was that from Morrison? He was fucking gyrating as CM Punk was in the floor. Okay, no. That's absolutely not going to. Oh, hold on.
And both of those are extreme. The champ does it.
Okay, hold on just a second. I need Walter again.
Knee to the skull. The GTS connects.
Okay. Okay, you're gonna try once and then not try again, huh?
And the match continues. And he finally gets out of the ring.
That right there's some good shit. Oh hey! Oh hey!
There we go.
CM Punk, the so-called choice of a new generation.
Oh, look at this! DDT!
Will we have blood in this match?
And again, Punk going to the top rope.
What? Okay, well we're not getting it that time. I was half hoping that fucking R-Truth would just like swipe him off of the swipe him off of the thing again. A dude named Tracy with the Lawn Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Welcome on into tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. I'm pretty sure that the Straight Society have this shit in the bag. This was a very poor showing from the challengers. Oh, hey! Hold on!
Oh, R-Truth came in out of nowhere.
Hold on! They may have a chance here yet. They may have a chance here yet. Dude, Tracy, how are you doing, man? How the frick was Tamagotchi Life? I want to play that at some point. Oh, hey, we got blood!
And he finally gets out of the ring. And there's a tag.
Yeah, Morrison has just been getting decimated in this match. He needs to tag out to R-Truth.
Hooks the leg.
R-Truth's coming in.
Oh, and CM Punk runs away from R-Truth.
Hello, Mario.
Cool. Doing well. Good. Great. I'm glad to hear, man. Okay, yeah. Get over there. R-Truth.
Partner doesn't have much left, and he might need to do this one on his own.
No fucking kidding. But yeah. What were you doing in Tomodachi Life? Did you make anyone that we would know over here, or was it kind of just like you and your followers?
Oh my God!
That's me when I finally play Tomodachi Life. I'll be living the dream, brother. Just like it says in the title.
Life in the dream house. Wait, different game.
I can feel that one out here.
It would be my first Nintendo game in like a couple years because
That's valid.
my tastes have like incredibly niched down in recent times.
Tag team match this has been.
It's either like wrestling stuff like this, wrestling booking simulators, or just other simulators like American Truck Simulator. Last time they Samoa Joe, Senor Joe,
from behind.
In
Numbers don't lie. And they spelled disaster for you and Tomodachi
Life. And Tomodachi Life living the dream.
Ah, look at this.
Okay, well now R-Truth is getting fucking mollywopped. This is not looking good.
Wait a minute. I was like, as soon as you create Samoa Joe.
Oh, Wendy!
Dude, what soundboard is that? That's incredible.
That's the one that I got for the wrestling watch along server.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Possesses strength and ferocity.
I absolutely love that.
Catches him with the axe handle.
Yeah, like R-Truth needs to find something here and fast. This is not looking good for him or Morrison. Morrison is already concussed, so we need to fucking get going on this. You know? Like we gotta make something happen here and quick.
And I'm sure we'll be able to see the handprint left by that chop.
Oh hey, here we go. Okay.
There we go. Okay, we're starting to see some stuff.
Just, dude, why did I give him the white boots with the orange soles? That's crazy.
It was a thought.
It was, in fact, a thought. It was not a great thought in retrospect, but it was a thought.
The self-proclaimed Second City Saint is looking extremely impressive.
Dude, no fucking kidding.
No mistake if the competitive nature
He's gonna have to fucking, like, work a match later on, too.
raw, unmitigated power.
Frankly, I'm fine if the Straight Society win this match. I just want Punk to win the world title off of goddamn Jack Swagger. Please.
And our truth is in deep trouble. From the ring to the floor.
Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, hey!
Boy, those will cave your lung in.
The legal man is in the ring, Truth. Oh.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. Oh, hey! Hold on! Hold on, we may be cooking with gas. We may be cooking. I don't think that's gonna... Dude, I don't think that's gonna put him away. That's not gonna put him away.
1 minute.
And he breaks up the count. My God, there's
Yeah, he needs to, like, get him over to his corner because Morrison doesn't have the speed at this point.
Knocked into next week.
Oh.
That'll cause some damage.
Yeah, Morrison does not have the speed at this point, so...
Ooh, that did it. Oh, look at this. DDT.
Nice.
a vicious elbow drop delivered
Please.
with a lot of force.
Please build up the signature, because, like, here's the thing. I'm fine with, like, double champ Punk. I don't know how this game is going to handle him holding 3 belts at once.
Yeah, that is a good point. I did not think about that.
I don't know how this game's going to handle it.
Straight edge society. And just tossing him to the ground.
Kind of a 3-card Monty situation, huh?
A 3-card Monty. Yeah.
The force. My God.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's over. Morrison, I don't think you're in any fucking shape to, like, do anything about this. But you can try, brother.
Two. Oh, talk about a
No! I heard the hand hit the mat! I heard the hand hit the mat. This match should be over.
Punk controlling the head.
That hand hit the mat. The match should be over.
This ref is trying everything he can to screw CM Punk.
This ref is trying to fuck on him, dude.
Yes, indeed. Where's that
referee? He was trying to
fuck on me.
Where's that referee? He was trying to.
Here's the pin. On the line. 1. He breaks up the pin, and the match continues.
Oh, man, what a collision. There's the tag, and he's ready to roll.
The heel hot tag.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, yeah, it's over. It's over. It's over. It's done.
Go
to bed. Go to bed.
Skull by CM
Night, night, bitch.
He's going for the pin. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
There you go.
Retains his championship.
And that's all she wrote.
CM Punk might leave this building as a double champion here tonight. Yeah, that was a very poor showing from R-Truth and John Morrison, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, maybe they should go a little further down the card.
You got to make room for Chavo, brother.
No, you
we gotta make
room. You gotta make room for freaking Fire and Freeze.
Yeah, exactly. We gotta make room for the clergy.
There you go.
I worship at the Palace of Wisdom. That seems to be a CM Punk thing.
Here are your winners, and still undisputed WWE Tag Team Champions, CM Punk and Luke.
They've held these belts since friggin' Backlash.
You want to talk about a tag team war? We most definitely witnessed.
Good for them.
This was from
Yeah, I know.
Bella Clinic in tag team wrestling. Kudos to all competitors.
Okay, CM Punk, now that... You know what? You're lucky that Luke Gallows took the majority of the punishment in that match. So, So now you got to go back there and you need to keep your freaking Reed Richards gear on. What is this pose? And see to it that you take this goddamn championship off of Jack Swagger.
Help us, Chick Magnet Punk. You're our only hope.
Help us, Cookie Monster Punk. The double chocolate chunk cookie with CM Punk.
Can you imagine if they had left AEW and went to WWE?
What, the fucking Costco guys?
With the Costco guys, yeah.
No, I can't. I mean, like, listen, man. At the very least, I gotta give this to Big AJ. Okay? He is a wrestler, you know?
Oh, no,
like he has experience in the ring. So
plus when he first wrestled for AEW, and I could be wrong in thinking this, didn't he
Hello,
like
Mario.
just got injured with like a foot injury or something like that?
I don't know. I would have to check because I do not remember that. Actually, no, I vaguely remember him having an injury, but I don't know if it was a foot injury. I would need to fucking check because I don't remember.
I know he was dealing
the
with some sort of.
specifics.
I know for a fact he was dealing with like some sort of injury, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
Can't remember exactly what.
All right. The first of your 2 world title matches here tonight. It is a last man standing match here. First for the WWE Championship because CM Punk's got to go to the back and rest up. Although, if we take that 1-on-3 match from Raw into any consideration, it's a question whether or not Batista even has the stamina for this, but we'll see. Personally, I'm hoping that he does, because I would like for this big fucking monster title reign to continue.
Right?
I mean, to me, that right there is the best case scenario.
We could have this match ended under a minute. That'll show how dominant he is.
I know.
This match is to incapacitate your opponent.
Incapacitate them.
WWE Championship.
There it is, brother.
Approaching the ring.
Honestly, this build on him feels right. I mean, not as right as the big gold belt.
Well, of course not.
I feel like the WWE big gold belt was like scientifically designed to be held by Batista. But I don't know, him at the top of the mountain feels right. So having this big fuck off monster here. Unfortunately, this means that our main event is going to be another heel versus heel affair. So much like in real life WWE, no one gives a fuck about the baby faces in this time period.
Seems about right.
No one gives a fuck, dude.
And introducing the challenger.
Oh my god, Adam Copeland.
Superstar.
Oh my god, it's Coach.
Apparently AEW fans don't like all that much. I don't understand that. But actually no, I kind of do. But like, you're not gonna make me hate him. Sorry.
No, him. I would say him as a person though. Like, it's hard to hate him or whatnot. It's just all the weird bullshit going on more than anything else.
Just like all this weird booking.
Yeah, all the weird booking, all the weird like name changes all the time because he couldn't keep the name Edge because WWE had a fucking stranglehold on that.
I thought he got the trademark for that back though. Did he not?
Did he?
I'm pretty sure he did.
I'm pretty sure if he did, I'm pretty sure if he did, he would have used it already in AEW.
This was Edge when he looked like a rock star. He even did so early in his WWE return, but ever since he cut his hair, he lost that. I mean, he's starting to grow it out again, so he may get that back. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to like accuse anyone of anything, but you know, men lose hair as they get older. I should know. I'm 26. My hairline is shit.
And we won't hear it again until one of these competitors is physically unable to continue.
All right. So my main event here, WWE Championship, it is Edge. Adam Copeland, or Cope as they call him, taking on Batista, or Dave as they call him.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Oh god, I didn't run the ad break before this? Shit. Okay.
We can pause it. We can pause it. We can do it.
No. It's okay. It's okay. I snoozed it.
Okay.
We can continue.
An aggressive shot to the midsection.
But now they're on a time clock. We gotta fucking fit the ads in, dude. Just like at WrestleMania. Come on. Come on, Edge. You know the drill.
No. At WrestleMania, we had the ads. We had to fit the wrestling in.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry about that.
Why do you think all the women's matches?
It's now time for more Chumba Casino.
Oh my god, I cannot tell you the amount of times I said fuck Chumba Casino.
Dude, what the fuck was it that Drew said? It's Chumba time or something?
It's Chumba time, or like I'll be the Chumba champion.
It's something
like that.
Dude, it's like the hell version of It's Morbin time.
Oh my god. At least Morbin time is funny.
Yeah, I know, but like in a bubble, Drew saying it's Chumba time is funny, but when you fucking know he's referring to a casino that they're weirdly trying to push on the children, it is
Batista controlling,
you know, it's much worse. You know, I gotta say this, right? With so much, I say this in massive air quotes, scrutiny being thrown at like NSFW artists, why is Drew McIntyre and people like him over here promoting gambling to children? You know, I feel like that's more harmful in the long run than them accidentally seeing boob. But what do I know?
He catches them with the axe handle. Right now,
I don't know.
So what he has to do is figure out
because the money from the casino can be put back into the church. What's the money made drawing dicks and vaginas gonna lead to? More heinous crime.
Listen, man, if I were one of Jesus' fucking disciples, I would be all over it. Whoa, holy shit.
That was an insane
That was insane toss. Wow. Holy crap.
Oh no.
I'm gonna stop it right there. But what I'm saying is, wow.
Flesh on the ground, echoes
Okay.
around the arena.
Now this right here is the Batista that I was kind of hoping to see on Monday. I was kind of hoping to see this Batista, unless of, you know, Druid pinning Batista.
Anything goes. Edge taking advantage
Hold on.
of the situations that are given to him. Oh, look at this! DDT!
Ooh.
Oh.
Edge is heating up here.
All right, hold on. Oh, and Batista back on the offense. Oh, they go back and forth here. Hold on.
Edge.
Nice little reversals. Ooh, he's gonna be feeling that in the morning.
Edge at times doesn't seem to care about what the WWE Universe thinks.
No, I disagree. I think there's nothing more that Edge likes better than to rile up our fans. Wow, that axe handle had some force behind it.
I know it's technically been done, but I kind of want to see a Mafia-themed stable, but closer, more done in a more serious way. Are you saying that the main event Mafia wasn't exactly what you wanted, brother?
I mean, are you telling me that Tony D'Angelo and the family was not exactly what you wanted?
Doc Gallows was the director of Chaos Gallows, and you're just going to sit here and not acknowledge that? That's insane, dude. Wait, is this actually going to be done right here?
Hold on.
I love the flexing graphic that they give here. Wait!
Oh!
No way!
From out of nowhere.
From out of nowhere, he's right back up. Oh my god, no.
And now he's down.
The referee monitoring this very closely.
The main event Mafia doesn't technically fit. What do you do? What are you talking about? It has Mafia in the name. And the D'Angelo family felt comedic. Yeah, they tossed a body in the river, brother. I remember. I saw it.
Look, this was NXT 2.0. It was all comedic, all right?
Yeah. Like, who did they toss in the river again, chat? I struggle to remember.
I don't even remember.
Oh,
wow.
Championship.
That was very, very dominant.
It's
from
almost time
Batista.
for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Just in time.
Yeah.
It was Tony Montana. Who is Tony Montana? Do they go by something else now or no?
Probably.
WWE champion, Batista.
The lead character of Scarface.
Oh, they're saying that what, like Tony was like Tony Montana? Are you saying that that's who they tossed in the river? Because they tossed in a wrestler. They didn't toss in Tony Montana.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, the characters in the Tony D'Angelo family tossed someone over the river. No, it was oh, okay. Well, like, listen. Did they or did they not? And by them, I mean Tony D'Angelo and Chance Stacks Lorenzo, or whatever the fuck his name is.
You got it.
Did they or did they not throw someone into the river on NXT 2.0?
Do you or do you not feel bonito?
Brother, I try my best.
Wonderful, because you look bonito.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, boo. Twist hair. Anyways, Iron Man match time. I don't know if this will be like 15 or 30 minutes, but we're in here for all of it. It's been 4.5 hours at this point.
Wait, where are the ads running right now?
Oh, wait. Yeah, we need to run the ads, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Give me just a second. Here.
Figured we'd run that before we get the Iron Man match going.
Yeah, that makes sense. Either way, I'm gonna
break
get
time.
the
Where are the
clothes
Cheetos,
ready
my
for these
dudes?
guys.
Fair enough.
Bacon? Gotta get that bacon. Yummy, crunchy bacon. There in that bag.
Who wants a bacon
Again,
strip?
goated
I
ad.
get it myself,
I know.
but I don't have thumbs. It's bacon.
Nah.
I love you.
Bacon strips. There's no
And it has the
like
golden
bacon
retriever
top.
in it, so you know what? It's goated.
Exactly.
Layer of carne asada steak, guacamole, sour cream, and fiesta salsa surrounded by a crispy, chewy chalupa shell. To experience the ultimate taste, think outside the bun.
Vigo Tires and Jack in the Box present the Metro PCS Monster Challenge. Presented by Advance Auto Parts and Ford Trucks. Kicks and super value seats are still just $10 to see Blue Thunder, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, World Champion Brave Digger. And for the first time ever, witness World Champ Tom Mitz driving maximum destruction. Plus, stop by Jack in the Box to pick up your Fan 4-pack voucher and save $20 on 4 tickets to Monster Challenge. Brought to you by 1-800-THE-LAW 2, January 10th, Angel Stadium.
Hi, Billy Mays here for Mighty Putty. The easy way to fix, fill, and seal virtually anything fast and make it last. Mighty Putty is not a glue, but a super-powered epoxy that you can mold to any shape and apply directly to most any surface for an everlasting bond. Ordinary
Most any
epoxies are a
surface,
mixing
huh?
mess. With Mighty Putty, you just cut like dough, simply need to
Any
activate,
surface?
apply, and let dry. It has the muscle
Even my
to support
paninas?
up to
No, I'm
350
kidding.
pounds. Rebuild the damaged tool to work like new, or make car repairs and save money. Drills, bolts, and screws can ruin your projects. With Mighty Putty,
I was just gonna let you live with that one.
Mighty Putty seals leaks instantly.
Dude,
Use it on
if you do
pipes and
that, it's your
faucets
fault.
For a permanent seal. As you need, it activates.
No,
Turning
not
from
like that,
green to
no.
white to show it's ready to hold on tight. It has the strength to pull this fully loaded 80,000-pound tractor trailer. Now that's the power of Mighty Putty.
So does Mark
Whether
Henry,
it's
big
solid
whoop.
wood, metal or glass, any job, big or small, Mighty Putty repairs them all. Fill cracks in ceilings, walls, and floors. Mold it to furniture, sand and paint for a seamless repair. And it's ideal for all your crafting projects. There's nothing you can't do with Mighty Putty. Call now and we'll send you 2 powerful sticks of Mighty Putty for only $19.99. But through this exclusive TV offer, we'll double it and send you 2 more sticks free. Mighty Putty will pay for itself the very first time. But I'm not done yet. Call right now and I'll triple the offer and send you 6 sticks of Mighty Putty for the same low price of $19.99. Order now.
All right. It's almost time for your...
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
With the same... Dude, he barely got any goddamn... We barely got any time for CM Punk to rest, and now he's back in this ring to face Jack Swagger in our main event here. An Iron Man match for the World Heavyweight Championship. Probably Jack Swagger's biggest test.
Way to go, Batista. Way to be the dominant the dominant person in this match.
Exactly. Being the big old dominant heel. Actually, yeah. Because, like, Edge is categorized as a face in this game. So...
Well, there you go.
So it's accurate to say that, Batista's the dominant heel. This is taking a while. Man, I freaking... Dude, does it take this long to, like, load purple on black?
I guess so.
What, huh? No, we're not doing it like this.
The following contest is an Iron Man match. And is for the World Heavyweight Championship. And introducing the challenger from Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 220 pounds, CM Punk.
Coming into this as one half of the Unified Tag Team Champions, already carrying 20 pounds of gold. Will he make it 30 by the end of tonight?
Only time will tell, folks.
Dude, I fucking hope so. Honestly, fuck Jack Swagger. Fuck him to hell. No! He's doing the exact same thing that he did with The Undertaker. Starting out with this.
Wait a second.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. At least when it comes to this situation, like, okay, sneaky attack. It's not gonna be over in like 15 seconds.
This one is
nope.
With conditioning and fortitude.
It's gonna be over in 15 minutes.
It's going to be over in 15 minutes. Even if Swagger gets the big powerbomb here and pins CM Punk, that's only the first 15 seconds. Oh! CM Punk was about to get up! Will he kick out? 1, 2! Really now?
Wow.
Holding those shoulders to the mat. Already one up is old Jack Swagger.
Look, the sneak attacks like that can sometimes surprise a person.
They can. But listen, we got 15 minutes here for CM Punk to get back
Mario.
up there. Hi there, Zach, too. How are you doing? I don't care if Cole personality is a better fit. This Fireburns was the better theme, in my opinion. I love that heavy metal with scream vocals. Fucking Kill Switch Engage is awesome, yes. I call bullshit. The sun was in Punk's eyes. Dude. Dude, that's so true.
You hear how his leg connected?
What you say is
Jack
so
Swagger's
true.
been eliminated from the Royal Rumble.
Get out of here, exactly.
Punk into the headlock.
All right, here we go.
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
I'm honestly scared for this match post. I
don't blame you.
I want Jack Swagger to lose his shit
if
so
you
bad.
could be in any video game or anime, if it's only for one cutscene or episode, what would you choose?
Well, before I would say Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but, the studio for that is shit. Now. However, you know what? I'll still say Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because it's still a good game. That's like my favorite RPG of all time. So
I'm trying to see exactly the question. Let's see if you could only be in the video. If it's only for one cutscene or episode.
So basically, you would be an extra, is what I'm hearing.
So I'm trying to figure out exactly like what cutscene or episode would be the one I'd love to be a part of.
I mean, I told you I would be a, you know, a medieval English peasant. So.
I mean, honestly, it's gonna be a weird one, but like, I don't know. Ooh, you know what? Give me an episode of Cowboy Bebop, specifically the one where they're all high on drugs.
Oh my
Be part of
god.
that trip.
Hell yeah, dude. Honestly, that's base. The only one to be in it to fucking get high. That's awesome.
Strategy be
Exactly.
at this point, King?
Well, we know about his striking. It's time he just starts swinging with everything he's got. Oh, look at this! DDT!
So far, aside from that first fall, it's been a pretty good back and forth.
My hero, where I mentor Eri.
Who's going to come away with the World Championship?
Which one is Eri? Hold on, give me a second. I would be in Tony Hawk's American Wasteland.
That's not a bad one.
No, it's not a bad one. Oh, Eri's this one. Okay.
That'll cause some damage.
Punk has the arm.
She's like the one that Deku saves in like the first season, I think.
He's in big
Gotcha.
trouble.
White-haired girl. It's been a while since I watched My Hero, sorry. You can hit people with skateboards in that game. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Ooh, that did it.
Dude, I'd be stepping up with my skateboard. All fucking like...
If you want to get like me, bring it on!
That scared me for a second there, I'm not gonna lie.
If you want to step up to Punchy, bake it off.
Getting out of there. What a vicious chop.
Jack Swagger.
Oh.
CM Punk, the Elliot Ness of the WWE.
Like I said, aside from that first fall, it's been pretty back and forth between these two.
Yeah, I was about to say.
On the rest of the WWE universe.
It gives me, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it makes me pretty nervous.
I don't blame you.
I want CM Punk to win this shit.
Well, I'm not exactly asking for Jack Swagger to continue being the champion, okay?
I know, I understand. I mean, the guy that teaches you how to nata spin in Beverly Hills.
The world title is on the line.
Bam! And 5 minutes have elapsed in this contest.
5 minutes in, folks.
5 minutes in.
And he's checking under the apron
Huh?
for something that can aid him in this no
Wait, what?
disqualification match.
Oh wait! It's a no DQ match?
Is it a no DQ match?
Yeah, I thought this was like just, you know, a normal Iron Man match.
Let's take a check the match rules.
Powerful.
Well, Swagger's close to 6'6" and already 265 pounds.
Or not. Okay, fair enough.
What? What? I mean, I know what I need to know now. It's a no disqualification Iron Man match. I know what I need to know.
Okay, you know, fair enough, understandable. Have a good one.
I know what I need to know now.
CM Punk won't quit. I can't believe the motor in this guy.
Punk controlling the arm.
Punk, please.
What physicality. What strength.
I'm begging. I'm begging here, brother. Please.
We are on our knees. Come on.
I will fucking submit to straight edge society if you just kill this guy. I will submit. All of my earthly possessions will belong to you if you just kill this guy.
1, 2, 3, and there's the decision.
Well, it's over at this point.
No,
Down
it's
2-0
not.
already.
It's not over. We still have half a match left. A little over half a match left. We can do this.
A good reversal by Punk.
Ooh. Jack Swagger.
I was about to say, dude, this is a no DQ match. Where's Luke Gallows?
Yeah.
Time All-American.
Where the fuck is Luke Gallows? Get out here and help your boy.
Controlling the head.
Oh, now's the time Punk wants to be the face. No.
This right here is the, like, Austin and Hart thing. Actually, no. That doesn't make sense. Because that was a double turn. That wasn't just one heel turn face. Yeah. No. I mean, like, I know that was a double turn, but this is not a double turn situation. This is heel versus heel. So,
yeah. Swagger.
Dude.
The champ does it.
Dude.
Swagger.
CM Punk chant.
Powerbomb, a huge gut-wrench powerbomb by Swagger.
And that's the halfway point.
Dude, we're about to be at a 3-point deficit. 1, 2, 3. 3-0.
There's still time. There's still time. Just grab your gas masks of copium. There's still time. There's still time.
There's still time. If Swagger wins, we riot.
If Swagger wins, we turn off the game.
I fucking throw my friggin' disc to the dogs. God damn it, dude.
High knee.
Yeah. This is making me feel like a high knee right now.
That was an impressive suplex.
I see what you did there.
Exactly. Guys, if you're watching this, please follow.
If you made it up to this point, please follow. Maybe you can drop a sub.
God damn it. Please freaking follow, because we're trying to get to 1,000 followers, and if we get there, I promise that Jack Swagger's not going to be on the card.
But Justin Roberts might.
Justin Roberts might, if I can afford him.
Shoulders down, championship on the line.
1, 2,
4. Yeah, it's over. No, we're staying this until the end. We're here until the end for this bullshit.
We are going to suffer. We're going to suffer together.
We are going to suffer all the way.
Let's all hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
In my opinion. But then again,
Kumbaya, my lord.
Ah!
Oh man!
Pain in the McGlains.
With the title on the line.
2, 3, and he makes his
That's just disrespectful. That's just disrespectful.
I'm rioting, yeah, honestly. I'm in the streets right now. Not even Cena was made to look this strong. Squashing The Undertaker, going 5-0 against CM Punk in an Iron Man match, going on 6-0. This is... Swagger's probably on Roy. Dude, when has that stopped them from pushing a guy? Yeah. Name once. You know? Name one time that stopped WWE from pushing someone. Besides the steroid scandal.
That makes 6. He's had 6 falls in this match.
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
A sharp elbow drop.
This is the reign of terror. No. Stop. 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 Please, Chava, save us. Chava, please. Please save us.
Oh, what a smack. Jack Swagger has the headlock.
Chanted no one ever.
CM Punk, the so-called choice of a new generation. Swagger's in trouble.
No, he's not. He has 6 points, brother.
Punk taking a chance here.
This is absolutely nuts.
The arrogance of CM Punk.
Oh, now you want to start
Release, but
getting
I can't
amped.
stand how Punk thinks he's better than everybody else.
I mean, this right here's a babyface come out for CM Punk. I don't care. I'm fucking changing into babyface after this match.
Yeah.
I'm changing into babyface. I don't give a fuck. Is Swagger becoming the unlikely fit?
Never intended to be used.
Mods, time him out. Mods, get this guy.
What diabolical things are going through that mind right now?
When you get in control like this, you want to throw everything at your opponent.
How many minutes are left? 3.
Huge impact delivered to the net.
We have 3 minutes left.
We're down to the final 3 minutes.
All right, guys, we can get through this. We can get through this. I don't know. Maybe we should have brought back the tables.
I'm joking. Zach, I'm joking.
each other over the course of this match, and there's still time left on the clock.
Zach, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Break his face, Punk. He's gonna be lucky to break this 6-0 deficit. I'm gonna be honest with you. The only thing he should be worried about breaking is this 6-0 deficit. If he can just get 1 point, I may not fire his ass. Whoa! Huh?
Oh, wait, hold on.
1, 2, 3, and he gets on the score.
There you go.
First.
All right, Punk's got one. This is the start of the comeback.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 5 more pinfalls. Fuck it, we ball.
Yes to a huge win tonight. 2 minutes left. Oh man, he's feeling the pain.
There's no disqualification, but there is count out.
His head off with that lariat.
In an Iron Man, dude.
In an Iron Man match.
Dude, no DQs, but you can get counted out.
Make it make sense.
God damn it.
Swagger demonstrating skill, power, and ruthlessness.
I will ruthlessly kick this guy in the nuts.
Oh, it doesn't get more punishing than that.
Maybe we were too harsh on Cena.
Yeah. Yeah, we were.
1, 2, 3, and he scores a decision.
It's a dark day here, dude.
Boy, you have to be in the absolute best condition of your life to compete in one of these grueling.
Our expectations were low, but holy fuck.
But I'm not gonna restart the match.
No.
Swagger.
No, I don't want to deal with this for another 15 minutes.
What? Yeah.
What a move by the champ.
We're not restarting the match. We will live with the consequences.
Swagger.
Why did I re-sign this guy?
Why did you?
I wanted to plump out SmackDown's roster, okay?
You should have kept him in the IC scene.
Dude, that wasn't my choice. The game just put him in the world scene.
Jack Swagger with the arm. Oh,
I take full responsibility for this, chat. I will take full responsibility for this travesty that is playing in front of us right now.
The clock, always the enemy. When you're in the lead, you want less time. When you're behind, you want more. Punk into the headlock.
And if you're in the crowd, you want 0 time to get this thing over with.
In the crowd? Oh, who am I kidding? You're not in the crowd. You're already working to beat the traffic.
And the crowd goes mild.
Why could we not have just kept him as El Grande Americano? This was CM Punk's only fall in this match. It was a fucking schoolboy roll-up. What the fuck was this? This was humiliating. I'm actually fucking upset right now, chat.
Still the World Heavyweight Champion, the All-American
Steph, we gotta bring in the big guns.
Swagger.
What are the big guns?
Swagger versus The Rock.
You think The Rock can make it up there?
I think The Rock can make it up there.
Dude, again, it's not my choice. It's not my choice.
The American Hero versus the Final Boss. I'm sure there's something you can do to influence it.
I could fucking have him just compete every week. I'll get him on the horn. I'll offer him the contract, brother. I'll offer him the contract. You got to get over here and do this, brother.
Please, Dwayne, we really need you, like, more than ever before.
This...
Like, we're sorry that Dolph treated you that way. We can fire Dolph if that
we can fire him. Okay, so after that,
yeah, there was no way you were not going to do that for him.
Dude, after that showing, absolutely not. Get out of here.
I mean, there's gotta be someone we can bring in.
I mean, I gotta make Luke Gallows cheer as well, right?
Oh, obviously. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So yeah, there we go. At this point, dude, I don't know what to do at this point. What do you do? Jack Swagger is creeping up on the fucking Intercontinental Championship next. I don't know what to do, man. Bring in British Bulldog, old Davy boy, man. No. We gotta do... What is this card? Santino and Mike Knox. Ted DiBiase versus MVP. John Morrison and R-Truth versus D.H. Smith and Tyson Kidd. And John Cena versus Chris. Dude, I am upset. The only way to fight a reign of terror is with a reign of terror. Oh no.
No, that's the nuclear option.
The nuclear option is the H-Man. I get it. Oh boy, we're in the road to Night of Champions now. I just fired DiBiase. No, listen. He's fun.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine here. So, if not pretty mid, but, you know. So, who's at the top of SmackDown at this point? We have The Big Show. I mean, like, listen, man. I'm willing. I'm willing to do it.
I mean, we gotta get some matches for some of these lower card, lower on the card guys to try to get up there more than anything else. I mean,
yeah.
Wouldn't you like to go ahead and get an early start on a Drew McIntyre World Heavyweight Championship run?
Dude, I would love that more than anything, honestly.
Like, we gotta set up these matches. That's the thing.
Okay, that's my goal for the next stream, is to get this goddamn title off of him.
Like, we've got the #1 goal. Chavo is champion. All right, that was our biggest goal for this evening.
Yes, like that is mission accomplished at this point. But now we have another mission, and that is to get this godforsaken championship off of Jack Swagger.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a couple of options here, right? We can have the Big Show take a crack at it, but I feel like that he has the least chance out of everyone that's like... I mean, The Undertaker didn't even have a chance at him. He basically just got ambushed and then Swagger bombed, and then that was it. So...
I mean, Big Show's probably obviously because he's #1 contender, but like getting some matches for Undertaker, getting matches for Drew, hell, Kofi, Cody, one of those guys.
I feel like out of all of the young guys, Drew McIntyre has like the best chance of getting him, though.
Oh no, obviously.
If that's here, let me check him. He's just a little worse than Jack Swagger. I feel like he can do it, but here.
Yes,
You're gone. Man. You're gone. Get out of here.
You're banned. You're banned.
You're banned, brother. You're gone. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Well, this has been a very exhausting night. I am defeated. I'm sad. I am. I don't know, man.
Look. Again, it was not a total loss of a stream, okay?
We did fulfill the... We did fulfill the goddamn Chavo Guerrero agenda. So...
Like, that was the biggest thing that we took care of, all right?
Yes. In fact, we did take care of that. I will give you that.
That and we discovered that our #1 enemy is not... Well, we have two #1 enemies. Jack Swagger and Tables.
And Tables, yes. Crucially. Shuffle. Crucially Tables. But I will say that this was still very fun to go through, even though I'm what the fuck is this match?
Where did Rob Van Dam come from?
Oh, goodness. We don't have any more time tonight, chat. This has been a very long stream. I am quite tired. I'm quite hungry. I would like to go and get some food. Posty! Thank you very much for joining me tonight.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. It was an absolute pleasure.
You also go and follow Postmodern Art Podcast. What are you doing here soon, brother?
Here soon. I mean, just the same that I usually do. Just dropping episodes featuring some incredible interviews with some fantastic artists of all walks of life and such. Which the best place you can do that is on YouTube at Postmodern Art Podcast, or you can check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, most podcast platforms. If you want to see more when it comes to announcements and potential guests of the future, check us out on socials, Blue Sky, TikTok, Instagram at Postmod Art Pod.
Fucking awesome. Nice. I cannot wait for your award show, brother.
I cannot wait for you guys to see it because it is going to be something fun. It's something I've been cooking up for a bit now.
I understand it's hard to tell by my face, but I'm excited for it. Here, hold on. Let me see who all we have here. Do you have anyone that you would like for us to raid into? Or no?
I might have the perfect one in mind.
Oh,
maybe
boy.
if they are still streaming.
Oh boy, I would love to hear it.
Let's see. 1 second. Are they? Oh, they would be. Well, damn. I thought he would have been streaming at this point. Well, fine. If that is the case, let's go with. Are you aware? Okay, let's see. No. Wow. Words. How about we go to our good buddy, my good buddy, Nick's Nightfall.
Nick's Nightfall. Okay. Sure. Give me the channel name. And I will.
Yeah, NYX and then KNIGHTFALL.
NYX Night. Nick's Nightfall. There you are.
Yep.
Cool. They started playing Pokemon Z over here on their channel, y'all. Go ahead and give them some love over there. Raid message. Long Boy Club love. Smoke them if you got them. Them being the subs. And use the emotes over there. I would really appreciate it. Go and follow Postmodern Art Pod. It has been very fun, y'all. We'll be back with this next week. However many times. Either once or twice. I don't know how many. But I'll figure it out as we go.
Until we get the belt off of Jack Swagger.
Until we get the belt off of Jack Swagger, we're going to fucking continue beating our head against this wall. It will break. I promise. Until then, I will see you all later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good night.